Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Let's see, what day is today? It's May 15th, 2023. It's approximately 9 a.m. And before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365.
And also wish a happy birthday to our mayor, who's an old man today.
Just for that, Councilor Flores, you join us in the pledge.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, if that wasn't a flashback to the 70s or when I was in school, we'd start off the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our Pets of the Week, and I believe Amy DeFelix is on the Zoom, and I know Councilor Bencomo is going to be joining us via Zoom a little bit later, so I'll get to her in just a second. But Amy, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, excellent. I will share my screen. Alrighty. And hello, my name is Amy. I am the adoption and rescue coordinator, one of them, for the Animal Services Center of the Mission Valley. I am the one that also works on the Pets of the Week, so I'm here to present that to you today. We'll start off with our cat of the week. His name is Simon. His number is 61358, and he says, "I am a small boy with a big personality. I call for your attention with the sweetest meow, and I want to spend my entire day cuddling up and getting pets for my people." Like most stories of the cats around here, I was found outside trying to schmooze my local neighbors for snacks, but my perfect family will keep me indoors and spoil me.
Amy, since you took a breath, I'm going to let Mayor know that we are not seeing the picture on the screen. Are you seeing it?
I'm seeing it. It says I'm screen sharing it. That is.
It is, but can you expand it so others, you see just out in the audience, a small square? Are you seeing the full picture?
I'm seeing the full picture. Let me, on the Zoom, let me try to share it again. That is very interesting.
There we go, Amy. Thank you.
There we go. Awesome. There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
And then here's the cat of the week. What? I'm so sorry. I see, there it is. The cat of the week. And his little description as well. I will also like to share our dog of the week. His name is Benny. His number is 55491. And he says, "If you're looking for an adorably charming and goofy dog with a handsomely unique appearance, look no further. I am a sweet, affectionate boy who is 100% excited to go on walks with you. I might even know sit already, so aren't I so smart? I want my forever family to keep me active and teach me more commands so that I can feel fulfilled and enriched." And I always verbalize it, but have not had a sort of like a physical present, like a slide for it, but we do have our adoption event this Saturday. We will be at the farmers market from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're usually stationed around Organ Mountain Outfitters, so if you need a little GPS location, this is their address, 535 North Main. We hope to see you there. We will definitely have dogs. Sometimes we have cats if we have the banks that allow it, but we encourage you to stop on by and hopefully adopt a new forever friend. And now, to continue this month's topic of kitten season, I'd like to share what is it that you or other members of the public can do. The first step would be to check out the kittens to see if they even need human help. So, to recap from last week's presentation, if the kittens look pink, healthy, are warm, and have full bellies, then you should leave them alone for now. It looks like mom is taking care of them, and you can wait until they're a little older to trap them and bring them into a shelter or rescue. And then at that time, you can also trap mom and DNR her. But if the kittens are pale, cold, if they have small bellies, or other signs of illness, mom is likely not present, and they definitely need human help. These cases are the cases that shelters and rescues want to preserve their resources for, because they're the ones that definitely need the most help to be able to thrive. If mom's not taking care of them, feeding them, they need human intervention for help. So when you spot these guys, definitely reach out to us, local organizations, to see if anyone has any availability to take them in and be able to care for them and nurse them back to health, quite literally, actually. So to increase our own availability, we definitely encourage you to sign up to foster. The ASCMV and other local rescues have foster programs, and we're always looking for more bottle baby fosters. We're not looking for more bottle babies. We will, but fosters definitely. To help increase our pool, at least, the ASCMV offers training to anyone that wants to learn how to care for a bottle baby if they've never had done so before. So we help you teach how to bottle feed them, what to do if the baby happens to be a particularly stubborn eater, basically, and other stuff. We will also help with some training of medication administration. For the little teeny babies, we don't do anything more than just like a topical ointment, so it's pretty easy to give you the run-by, the education to kind of how to do that most effectively and how often. And other sort of bottle baby sort of skills like weighing them, making sure that they're gaining, doing the quick evaluation, how to stimulate them, because baby kittens don't know how to go potty by themselves. They need their mom to help, and if they don't have mom, they need us to help. So we give you kind of the whole rundown of how to take care of a baby kitten if you're interested but have never done so before. You can visit our website at ascmv.org/foster program. We have a digital copy of our foster application that you can print, fill out, and bring over to us, and then we put you in touch with our current temporary foster coordinators, because our main foster coordinator, she's on maternity leave, but we have some interim foster coordinators that are definitely able to help and want to help. There are also some local rescues that I am pretty familiar with that are also always looking for more fosters. The two that I've listed are the Cat's Meow Las Cruces. You can find them online at thecatsmeowlascruces.com. And we also have the Action Program for Animals Rescue. You can find them online at apalascruces.org. I work with them a lot, sending cats, transferring cats and dogs. But we always hear that they, during this kitten season, they're also struggling for foster space. And if you would prefer to help them, any help that goes to them, indirectly or even directly, helps us. The more that they have their own resources, they're able to help us out as well. So it's a community-wide effort, animal welfare. So any help to anyone helps the community and, helps us survive kitten season. But that is all I have today, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Okay, next we're going to have our Jobs of the Week, and Irene Pata from the Economic Development Department will present those.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Irene Pata with Economic Development, and happy birthday, Mayor. Okay, we begin with the City of Las Cruces, who is hiring a marketing coordinator. This position pays between $58,000 and $83,000 a year and closes on May 23rd. The White Sands Missile Range is hiring a commercial sponsorship program coordinator. This position pays $35,000 a year and closes on May 22nd. Families and Youth is hiring a hospitality specialist. This position pays between $22,000 and $30,000 depending on experience and closes on June 4th. Mesilla Valley Community of Hope is hiring a Veteran Services Healthcare Navigator. This position pays between $41,000 and $63,000 a year and closes on June 3rd. Chugash Government Solutions is hiring a dispatcher. This position pays between $33,000 and $39,000 a year depending on experience and closes on July 28th. And Distinction LLC Roswell Job Corps is hiring an enrollment specialist. This position pays between $28,000 and $36,000 a year depending on experience and closes on June 2nd. And as always, for more information, you can contact the local Workforce Connection office at 575-524-6250 or at their local office at 226 South Alameda or online at employeenm.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Okay, so I don't think we have any presentations, so we have Councilor Johanna Bencomo on the line who would wish to join us, so I'm going to need a motion and a second to allow her to participate telephonically.
Move to approve, Corin.
Second, Graham.
Did the second? Graham? Okay, motion made by Councillor Coran, second by Councillor Graham to allow Councillor Johanna Bencomo to participate in our council meeting telephonically. Christine?
This is on the motion to allow Councillor Bencomo to participate telephonically. Councillor Beta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Coran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Councillor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now I'm going to read the conflict of interest statement. This is where if any member of the city council, the city manager, or city manager staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None, Abeda.
None, Graham. Mayor,
Yes.
on 7.4, in reading the packet, my father-in-law was mentioned as sort of the initial founding father, if you will, of the area. The family owns a property adjacent to the area in question, so I wanted to say that out loud, and there might be a perceived conflict of interest. Now, obviously, that we're married, but Bill doesn't own that property. His in-law does.
Okay, how do you feel? Do you feel you can be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Okay, if you feel that, then okay.
Yeah.
And Councilor Bencomo, you're good?
None for me, Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, neither do I.
None for me.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, we're going to go to public participation. Now, let me just kind of clarify a few things. I know that there are many residents here for item 7.4, which is the ordinance zone change. With the council's approval, I would like to have that moved to the first, okay? So the first item. So for those of you that are here, if you're here to speak on that, I had told is Brooke here? Brooke Milligan? Yes, sir. I had mentioned that since he's going to be the kind of like the lead person, that they have a total of 15 minutes. So if you've coordinated with Mr. Milligan, then that's great. But what I'm trying to say is, I may, after their presentation, allow just some very limited time for the other residents. Let's say you don't know him, or let's say you haven't coordinated with him. I may allow some limited time for comments after him. But so what I'm trying to say is, this public participation, if you have anything other than any item that's on the agenda, if you feel free to come forward. You have a total of 3 minutes. And then when it comes to agenda items, total of 4 minutes, okay? But that's only if you don't speak on anything else. So you only have 2 times at the podium. Okay, so I usually start on my left, and let's see, there's no one on the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth, sixth row, Mr. Garcia, yes.
My name is Juan Garcia, Mayor, councilors. During 2022, there were 15 peace officers attacked by the Las Cruces criminal element. Public information. Aggravated assault on a peace officer, 9 counts. As defined, unlawfully assaulting or striking at a peace officer with deadly weapon. Aggravated battery on officer caused great bodily harm, 1 count. Aggravated battery on peace officer, not great bodily harm, 4 counts. Disarming a police officer, 1 count. This is a total of 15 counts in 12 months, or 1.25 assaults per month, all felonies. I went by Lucy's Cafe on Valley Avenida, the Mesilla, last night. 4 windows and the front door shattered. Small mom and pop restaurant with owners trying to survive. Went by the little shop on Main, another broken window. I've lost track of how many windows Patricia has had to replace. Many portray the Las Cruces criminal element as choir boys or victims to create a counter-narrative to law and order and help justify normalized criminal behavior and attempt to keep it under the radar. like the forgotten victims who are now a report number. Same old story, poverty, climate change, mental illness made me terrorize small businesses. The reason is the criminals know they can do it and get away with it. I hear of this country's horrific systemic racism as a factor in crime. Yet we have tens of thousands illegally pouring across the border 40 miles away in El Paso. Makes no sense. I hope there was forward thinking putting to the number of police officers added to the budget. With no control over the legislation and the judiciary, we heard, quote, the council's hands are tied, but you control the size of the police force to help keep crime under reasonable control. The local progressive representatives and senators, as demonstrated in the last legislative session, will not raise a finger to enhance legislation against crime. Their ideology prohibits. Based on data reported to the FBI in 2020, there was by 15,000 law enforcement agencies. The national ratio of police officers to population is 2.4 officers. With the Las Cruces population at 112, that would be about a plus up of 50 officers, not 18. I understand many in the community push you against an increase into LCPD. So in the meantime, the forgotten victims, quote, will continue to pile up on the Las Cruces Hall of Shame listing. This last 4 years have been dismal failure in public policy. I'm going to submit these pictures for the record.
Thanks, Juan. I'm just going to comment on two things. One, I appreciate you highlighting the information regarding the officers. And what's really dangerous about that is you have members of the public who choose to attack a police officer who's in uniform, has a badge, has a gun, has the authority. Can you imagine how dangerous they are to just a regular unarmed person, private citizen? The second, unless things have changed, it used to be the standard was for every 500 population, you have one police officer. And I think if with this next group of graduates in December, fingers crossed, we'll be at 220 officers, which is, if you use the formula 500, that's 110,000 population. And the last census, we were at 111,000. So we're close. This would be the closest that I've ever seen LCPD be percentage-wise to the number that was dictated by population. So again, I appreciate your comments. Anyone else on the sixth row? Seventh row, I'll get to you in a little bit. Seventh row? Eighth row? Last row. Yes, sir. And if you could just state your name when you come up to the podium, please.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Leonard Wells. I am from the Fort Bliss Garrison headquarters, where I work in the Plans Analysis and Integration Office. One of my primary duties is community relations and regional partnerships. So on behalf of Colonel Jim Brady, our garrison commander, we'd like to invite your city staff, in particular your city manager and your director of public works, to our community summit, which is on the 23rd of August, so it's a little ways away. I've reached out to Doña County, the commissioners, and I received support from their county manager and their county engineer to participate. I've reached out to White Sands Missile Range as well, and their garrison command and their staff are going to send representatives. And really, just very shortly, very briefly, our summit is an opportunity for all the community members to share their visions for their organizations, 2 to 3 year kind of short term, and then also the long-term vision, so we can find areas of common interest, common initiative, common action, so that we can kind of work together. And we don't really want to put a limit on those priorities that you may have. In particular for us, some of them are renewable energy or infrastructure or services. It could be community services or emergency services, because we have all of that as well. But really the in-state success for us is not only one to kind of build relationships between our installation and those in the community, which we think is very important, but also to identify those common initiatives, those common goals where we can work together and maybe gain some efficiencies in terms of economy of scale for whatever initiatives or projects that you have and you're focused on. So just again, on behalf of Colonel Brady, I'd just like to invite your staff sir, to participate, and I can send the formal invitation to your offices as well. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wells, and give our regards to Major General Eisenhower. Yeah, great. Spelled without the E, by the way. So, okay, so no one else on my left, correct? All right, so now we'll go to my right. First row, nobody. Second row looks like staff. Third row looks like staff. Fourth row. Fifth row. Sixth row, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come forward. Yeah, if you can come to the podium, please. Just need you to state your name. We have to have it on the record.
Hi, sorry, this is my first ever meeting, and just wanted to make sure this is the appropriate time to discuss 7.4.
To discuss which one?
The 7.4.
No, not yet. Not yet, sir. If you can wait until it's going to be coming up though soon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, so that was a sixth row. No one else on sixth row? Seventh? Eighth? So no one else on my right. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get to the agenda, but let me just say we have a couple things real quick. We're going to have to remove in its entirety under proposed ordinances 9.1. So that's going to be removed in its entirety. And I'm asking if we move item 7.4 to the very first of the items in front of 7.1. And that's the only changes I have.
Mayor, I'm asking to remove 6.1 and 6.2. 6.1, I have a couple of questions, and 6.2, I want a full presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so item 6.1 and 6.2 removed. With that, I need a motion, a second, please.
Move to approve with the amendments.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Coran, second by Councilor Abeta, to have item 9.1 removed in its entirety. Council Bill 23-025, Ordinance 3031, moved to the first of the resolutions for discussion, and removing 6.1 and 6.2 for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda with removal of item 9.2 in its entirety, moving item 7.4 to the first discussion item, and removal of items 6.1 and 6.2 for discussion.
So moved.
We already did that, Counselor. Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Counselor Graham.
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo.
Yes.
Counselor Coran.
Yes.
Counselor Flores.
Yes.
Counselor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, 6.1, Resolution 23-123. Motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second, Corin.
Motion made by Councilor Abeta, second by Councilor Coran. And before we get to Mr. Birchfield, I see Mayor Pro Tem Emerita Sharon Thomas is in the building. So good to see you there, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so Raymond Birchfield?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, Raymond Birchfield, for the record, Housing and Neighborhood Services. And before you, we have a resolution to approve a community development block grant agreement between the city and the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority.
Excuse me, Mr. Birchfield, I think that Mayor Pro Tem just had two questions, so I don't think you need to do a full presentation, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Birchfield. Appreciate that. My questions are centered around the funding. So the half of it is coming from our ARPA distribution.
Counselor, yes.
Okay. And then the second question is, are all the units at this Oak Street campus going to be renovated or rehabbed in some way?
Their application doesn't specifically, Counselor, Mayor, Council, it doesn't specifically state all the units. Right now, most of them are currently occupied. They want to do improvements to the exterior and ADA, and then as necessary, kitchens, bathrooms, in the rest of the units. There's 20 one-bedroom and 2 efficiency units.
Yes. And is that, so I'm concerned about that piece, that it's not specified if there wasn't an assessment done. I know that I see Nicole here, but I'm not sure if I see anybody from Mesilla Valley Housing Authority. I just want to make sure that there's been a proper assessment of each of those units in efficiency apartments, and that each of them, based on priority, I guess I'm trying to figure out what that process is in terms of rehab and how you as staff indicate that that's the proper mechanism to move forward.
Counselor, Mayor, we can certainly inquire as to their plan before they go to bid. I don't specifically know how many are occupied at the present time. Most of them are veteran occupied, and they didn't mention a relocation plan, so they want to use vacant units first, and then you can move people. But I'm just making this up. I don't know what their plan is on that.
Okay. I appreciate that you mentioned the relocation plan. That was my next question. So if I'm concerned about the plan, especially if staff isn't under the impression with specificity about what that plan is. And I want to make sure that there is a plan in place before we move forward with the funding or distribution. I realize that that would happen on a monthly basis. And maybe we're months out in terms of what that might look like. I'm also requesting that they come back, and I mean Mesilla Valley Housing Authority, come back and provide a presentation to council about their process and updating council accordingly.
Counselor, Mayor, we can do that.
Please make sure that that happens. I continue to be concerned about Mesilla Valley Housing Authority and their plan moving forward as they renovate and rehab these complexes that are very. We should all be concerned. Our veterans are in there, and we want to make sure that the appropriate plan is in place for them. And I know, Mr. Birchfield, this isn't really on you completely. I had hoped that someone from Mesilla Valley Housing Authority would be here to answer the questions.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so the Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a motion to table this?
Actually, that's a great idea, Mayor. I think we should put a motion forward to table it until we get the number of questions that I have, and I don't know if council has as well. Until we get those answered, we should do that.
Mr. Mayor, I did reach out to the agency, Natalie Green, for the record. They are rehabbing the interior kitchen and bathrooms of all 20 units.
I appreciate that, Natalie, I really do, but I think there needs to be also a relocation plan, and they should be here to answer these questions. So, Mayor, yes, I'm putting forth a motion to table it until the next regular council meeting. Looking at Christine, and she's nodding yes, June 5th.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara to table this into our June 5th City Council meeting, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 23-123 to the June 5th regular meeting. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. And before we go to item 6.2, just for those members in the audience, when a motion to table is motioned and second, there is no discussion. So I just want you to be aware of that. That's why we didn't. Okay, so item 6.2, Council Bill number 23-026, ordinance number 3032. Need a motion and a second, please.
So move, Gondara.
Second, Corin.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, second by Councilor Coran, and Natalie Green will be discussing. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want a full presentation, or do you have questions on
I
this?
do. Full presentation, please, Mayor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green for the record with Housing and Neighborhood Services. The item before you is an amendment to the PUD for the Mesilla Valley Community Hope Campus. Just some information on the current conditions of the property. It is located at 999 West Amador, and it's currently about 8 acres in size. This land was originally acquired by the city in 1994, and in 2013, through ordinance number 2676, it went through a PUD development process, and the existing campus is currently subject to that ordinance and its associated conditions. Again, that ordinance laid out some conditions around the existing campus, and it proposed some uses and potential rehabilitation projects. This is an aerial of the subject property. The original campus is here, and then the property that we're talking about is outlined in yellow. The existing zoning, again, in 2013, it was converted to a PUD. It's currently surrounded by industrial zoning, and then we are incorporating some new parcels, which I'll get into in further slides. There is some R3 and some other, this is the cemetery, so, and then there's some other industrial and commercial uses surrounding this property. The proposal today is to amend the PUD boundary to incorporate the new parcels that were acquired between 1994 and 2002. That includes this small 0.7 acre piece, the Brewer's Oil piece, and then the Horse and Hound piece. That will be incorporated into the new boundary. It'll also modify the concept plan and the master plan based on the adopted plan that council requisitioned and adopted over the summer. Again, this is an aerial of the existing site. We have the 3 main buildings, Camp Hope, and then we have the newly acquired and currently under renovated Casa de Peregrinos. And then it would also incorporate the vacant parcel that was purchased by the city. This is the concept plan that has already been adopted through the master plan adoption process, but this ordinance and PUD would also incorporate this conceptual site plan and the master plan. And the new sort of uses has the potential for new buildings, expanded pedestrian safety, parking, a potential permanent supportive housing complex, and then there's some vacant parcels for additional complementary services. The analysis that staff did is that there's no health, safety, or welfare issues, that it furthers the development strategies, that it is in compliance with Elevate and the urban place type, and that it's consistent with the Las Cruces zoning code. There was public notice to the surrounding properties, and planning and zoning staff received 1 email around just general information, and then I did check with them today, and they haven't received any additional public comment. The recommendation is to approve with conditions. Many of the conditions are those that were originally adopted as part of the PUD, so they're just carried over for consistency. The first half dozen conditions have already been met. They were for the Camp Hope facility, so that includes and again, it's in alignment with our infill, our public safety, and then our zoning code. So those conditions are around, hold on, I just want to, right here are the conditions. That Camp Hope would have an OPEC perimeter fencing, that it's at least 5 feet in height, that they'd add additional landscaping, that there would be camping facilities which would be constructed, those have already been done, and that there's access to potable water and bathroom facilities for Camp Hope, and those are in existence today. Other conditions were around just trash receptacles, emergency access, it prevented fire and open flames, so those all carry over as well. And then as part of the management of Camp Hope, that they would keep a residency list, that it wouldn't be, no tent could be utilized for more than 10 people at a time, and that they're going to follow the master plan and the management structure recommendations adopted by this council. The DRC recommendations are that a traffic impact analysis be submitted as soon as the certificate of occupancy for the entire build-out of the campus is requested. That traffic impact analysis has already been solicited, and we're just waiting for September, when the school is back in session, for us to be able to complete those traffic counts so we have an accurate analysis of the traffic impact. And then at that time, Casa de Peregrinos should already be in their new building and operating, and we can manage those traffic patterns. P&Z did recommend an additional condition, and it is, as build-out occurs in the campus, we continue to monitor the pedestrian master plan and how people access that campus, both through bicycle and walking. So we'll continue to improve that pedestrian safety master plan. And then you have your standard council options.
Thank you, Natalie. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Natalie, for the presentation. Refresh my memory when the master plan happened.
Oh, I believe, I want to say it was in December, but don't hold me to that. It's been quite a bit.
December of last year.
Yes.
And did it come to council?
It
did, right? I'm jogging my memory, yes. I appreciate that. I know that we've received, it was part of the file. I appreciate seeing that and being able to review it again. One of the things that I'm concerned about, and I know I received an email specific to the traffic patterns and the safety, when safety vehicles are coming in and out of there. And I know that there's been a concern about that. Now, did we address that accordingly, and do the folks, the tenants, feel that staff addressed it and that there was a good plan moving forward? Because it felt like there needed to be some immediate action taken.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, there is two things that we're doing. The first is a second driveway is slated to be under construction as soon as Casa de Peregrinos is over. It's part of that overall project. So the anticipated opening of that second driveway is in July. The other thing that our Public Works team has been working on is potential access through over the EBID channel. And so that third access point is under development. We've reached out to EBID. They've given us some options to explore, and so that team is working through those options.
Yes, it is.
So what is the time frame for that specifically?
So for the second driveway, that'll be open this summer, and then for the EBID one, that'll take a little bit longer. And I'll defer to Public Works staff if they're in the audience. Is Tony here? No? Nope. So we've already reached out to them. They've presented us two different options. Some of them have some conditions that we need to evaluate. They'd like us to move some fencing, and then we'll have to look at the actual cost of the build out. So that'll take some additional time, especially if we have to solicit like capital outlay or some congressional directed spending once we have some cost estimates. So we'll be working on that. It's going to take much longer. But they will have the second driveway open over the summer, and that'll alleviate the access concern.
The driveway will alleviate access concerns?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to, and maybe I'm looking over, I'd like to hear from Nicole if we can. I know there was quite a concern given a crisis that occurred recently, and I just want to make sure that, I hate to put you on the spot, Nicole, but I just want to make sure here's the time to have these discussions, and I want to make sure that we're addressing it in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. Nicole Martinez, Director of Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. Yes, so I did send an email about our concerns about the driveway, and I did meet with city staff, and we discussed having the third point of egress, which I think is really still important. Yes, the second driveway will be helpful for that top half and up there. So we still feel a bit like sitting ducks and stuck with no real egress until a third driveway is put in. I did send an email to follow up last week with city staff, but hadn't heard back, so I'm glad to hear that there is some movement on that. I know it's going to take longer, and Community of Hope is also very much willing to go after funding for that to help as best we can to move that option along.
I appreciate hearing from you, Nicole, and just making it known how important that EBID access is to all of you there on campus. It's just not Community of Hope, it's all the others that share that campus. I know over the time that I've been on council, there have been major concerns with pedestrian traffic, just traffic in general, speeding, those kinds of things. And when that event happened not too long ago, it really put all of us on notice, I think. And I just want to, I want to bring this to the attention of management, EFO, and our director. I see him out on, David is out in the audience. This is something that we really need to take care of, and if it means taking some funding to ensure that we get this done sooner rather than later, to include the fencing that I know has been requested, I want to make sure that that is done in the next few months. And that's why I felt like I needed to pull it to have this discussion, because I was able to refresh my memory about the master plan and the traffic study and such that's being requested. So thank you, Nicole.
Nicole, before you leave, I probably have a question since when you finish, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and then they mentioned the 24 tent structure very specifically related to those allowances that we want to make. Is there room to add more than the 24 tent structures? And the reason I ask is just because what we're seeing in community, right, with other homeless folks that are trying to find their way to more permanent housing. Is that a possibility, Nicole?
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, we actually have 45 tent pad sites there.
Okay, help me, maybe I misunderstood the...
So there are 45 tent pad sites. We can have up to 50 people because we do have couples or some people sleeping in their car. So it's accommodating 50 people. And I think if we were to look at building out, we couldn't fit any more in the area where we have. We would have to expand. Part of that would be into the PUD change today. So we couldn't expand to it because that strip was not included in the original rezoning. So that would allow for it. I think we'd have to look at different staffing options because you know, Camp Hope is not a funded project. It's something Community of Hope took on to help the community and the people who are unhoused to have a safe place close to services. And I think it would just take a lot of planning to allow for more people, and then to see what that management structure might look like for something that's not funded.
I would be very grateful if we could have the conversations and plan out with neighborhood services, maybe with our housing policy review committee, what that plan would look like and the funding to be able to make that happen. I just feel there's no other way, or that's one of the ways in the spectrum of services that I think we can address mitigating some of the issues that we're seeing with our unhoused out in community. So
yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and hopefully we would look also very seriously at building more housing on the campus there as a response to serving more people and getting them off the streets.
Absolutely, and I know we have several projects in the queue, and one of those is in that Brewer area, and I think that's going to be also really helpful. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just wanted, I don't know if you can answer this, Nicole or Natalie, and maybe you already did, but tell me again what you're wanting to do with the EBID?
Mr. Mayor, happy birthday. I was requesting another look at point of egress. So coming from Valley across McSwain and into that bottom southwest corner of the Community of Hope campus. Right now it's an empty lot that's owned by FYI Plus, But it would have to cross over EBID, which is a real factor when we're thinking about the cost. But I think it's also a real factor when we're thinking about bringing in, fire, emergency responders to have that point of egress. We've been told several times if there were to be a crisis or an emergency situation that the staff and the volunteers and clients need to stay out of the driveway so that law enforcement or fire can come rushing in that long driveway, meaning that everybody's just sort of stuck there. So having another place to come in and exit would make sense on Valley and reduce some of that backup that we're anticipating is going to happen on Amador with now 2 exits right there.
Okay, I'm fully supportive of that. Has anyone reached out to EBID? Yeah, I can tell you that it's going to be a challenge. They don't like to relinquish from a liability standpoint their rights of way. And then also, I think Councilor Bencomo and we worked on a fence, and I don't know, that took a while. I mean, we're not talking about too long, and thanks to EFO, we actually went to the board. Do you want to expand on, I heard something about a chain link fence, I guess, as well. So that I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it probably would be safe to say it'd be easy 2024 before this happens, if you're okay with that. Okay, just want to make sure there's no false expectations. And okay, well, that's all. That's good. So good luck. Did you want to say something?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was going to say we have reached out to EBID and they have presented us with some options. They, as a condition of either option, they do want the fence moved against the lateral just to prevent access and people being able to get into the lateral. So we are working through those challenges, and challenge it is. Okay.
Did they also bring up that they may want to charge for us to permit to put a fence on their property? They may just ask about that.
Yes.
Okay, all right. If there's nothing further, members of the public, council, if not, Christine? Oh, Councilor Bencomo, did you have any questions? This is in your district.
I do not, Mayor. I'm up to date with all the information. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3032. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we've moved item 7.4 to the top, and this is Council Bill number 23-025, ordinance number 3031.
Move to approve, Graham.
Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeyta. So this is kind of how we're going to go ahead and do this. Let me just write down Adam here. So we'll have a staff presentation, then the applicant or representative of the applicant, and then a presentation from the neighborhood spokesperson, Mr. Milligan, and then other residents. Okay, so depending on the time, that could be probably 2 minutes, depending on how many people from the residents from the neighborhood wish to speak. And then I'll turn it to council, starting with Councilor Abeyta, since this is her district, and then the other councilors. Okay? Okay. Good to see you, Adam.
Morning, sir. Adam Ochoa, Community Development for the record. Case we have before you here is for a subject property located at 4030 Telbrook Road. It is a proposed zone change from A2, which is an agricultural district from the 1981 zoning code, to a proposed C3C commercial high-intensity conditional. Subject property encompasses about 10.85 acres totally. Originally, this was like a zoning district under the 1981 zoning code for agricultural properties, but this was also a zoning designation that was placed on properties when they were annexed into the city, kind of as a placeholder, if you will. Current zoning is actually defunct. It is no longer existing under our 2001 zoning code, so a zone change is needed in order to bring the property into compliance with the current code. The subject property is located within what is the suburban place type and the Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan, which is a place type that is called out for low to moderate density residential uses and intermixed with areas of commercial development as well. The property is vacant and was annexed into the city in 1968 with the I-10, I-25 interchange annexation. It is part of the Las Alturas Estates Block A subdivision. Subject property actually currently has no sewer available to it. Any sewer line is actually a pretty decent distance away from the property. So wastewater would have to be handled through either the New Mexico Environmental Department and or the Environmental Health Bureau. Showing the subject property here, pointed out in green. As you can see, it is Zone A2. Vast majority of that area is Zone A2 with that annexation. Some C2 commercial zoning. Of course, the county here to the east. R1A, just a mixture of residential zoning as well. Showing the vacant subject property here, nothing on there, right in the corner of Telbrook and Las Alturas. Multifamily development here to the south, and a lot of single family, large lot single family out in the county as well. Essentially, the original proposal was to basically just a zone change for conversion from the A2 agricultural zoning district. They were requesting for a straight C3 commercial high intensity zoning designation. Basically, the applicant, their developmental focus was to develop the subject property for a botanical garden, an engineering office that they'll be using, their home for a single family dwelling, and an accessory dwelling, accessory buildings associated with the residential home. The request is consistent with the Elevate Las Cruces suburban place type, and the parcel size and the physical location of it does also lend itself to the commercial zoning designation that's being proposed. The applicant was informed that they did need to provide early notification. Letters were sent out by the applicant to surrounding property owners. I believe it's on February 27th of 2022. When staff took a look at the proposal, we did see some concerns with the amount of intense uses that are allowed by a straightforward C3 zoning. So staff did work with the applicant to kind of revise what would be allowed on the property and basically now bring forward what is now the C3C zoning designation. The permitted uses, there's a list of their actual permitted uses that they would be allowed on there, which is significantly less than what is allowed by right under the C3. After that, it went through review through all the staff, and it did receive approval from the reviewing staff. Just showing some street views here right in the corner of Las Alturas and Telbrook, looking northeast right on the subject property. Looking off of Telbrook right here, you can see the interchange up here. And looking along Las Alturas as well here. And another picture right there as well. So when staff did their analysis, after we worked with the applicant to kind of bring down the number of permitted uses or intensity of the property, staff did see that there was no real health, safety, or welfare issues associated with the proposed zone change. The proposed development and conditional zoning helps maintain like a significant degree like compatibility with the surrounding area by bringing down the intensity that property can be developed. The property and proposal is consistent with Elevate Las Cruces, the suburban place type, like I said before. And the comprehensive plan does talk to in policies saying that it supports for the development of vacant land in the city, potential for housing diversity, a balanced growth in areas of the city, integrating new development with surrounding built and natural features, and for the potential of a job housing balance and growing businesses. Public notice was sent out to the surrounding property owners. Staff did receive a total, I believe, of 7 phone calls, all in opposition to the proposed zone change. We had 1 walk-in just asking questions and getting general information on it. Also received a total of 40 emails, 39 in opposition, and 1 just, again, asking for information. After the early notification that happened, though, in February by the applicant, we did receive 4 emails, 2 just inquiring about the proposed zone change and 2 that were in support of the proposed zone change. And they received 2 phone calls in support of the proposed zone change. Some of the public input that was provided basically summarized of what the issues that people brought up to us, to staff. One was being the potential of light pollution, traffic congestion, noise, concerns with land use compatibility with surrounding properties, the damage to natural environment through the development of the property, and the decrease of property values. That being said, there is current code and policy in place in the city of Las Cruces that addresses some of these concerns. Here's here's just a quick list of them. Chapter 39, which are outdoor lighting ordinance, which would take care of the light pollution issue. Chapter 35, excavations and curb cuts, which require some of that, take care of some of that traffic issue. Chapter 34 for drainage and flood control. Anybody has concerns about flood. Chapter 32, design standards, how we could actually allow the design and development of the property. Chapter 38, the zoning code as well. And of course, our Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan. Planning and Zoning Commission did review the proposed zone change and did recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions were that essentially the uses are limited to the list, which I'll have here, and you'll see it here in a minute as well, which it was Exhibit A. The vote was 4-1 with 2 vacant seats. Findings where the subject property has a non-conforming zoning designation on it, so it does need to be brought into compliance with the code. Prior to development, the property appropriate zoning designation is needed before it could get built. C3C zoning district is an appropriate zoning designation for just the lot size itself. It is located in the suburban place type, again, where we want low to moderate density residential uses with an intermixed areas of commercial development, and that it does meet several goals and policies of Elevate Las Cruces, the 2001 zoning code, and Las Cruces Municipal Code, Chapter 2-382. Let's see here. Let's see here. The surrounding area also has little commercial office, multifamily residential development. Thus, the proposed development and the zone change could potentially have more of a mixed use and follow their comprehensive plan a little bit better as well. See here, this is the actual list of permitted uses under the conditions. You see some residential uses, institutional uses, recreational. There's the botanical garden that they're looking at doing. Some services, not too intense, business offices, accounting offices, architectural offices, institutional uses, some legal services, and then very limited retail land uses. When you see right now what they're permitted retail land uses are allowed in C3 by right, it's significantly less. So cafe, cafeteria, ancillary to the botanical gardens, clothing store, limited in size, garden supplies, and a plant nursery. So this is really hard to see, and I apologize, but it's just such a long list. I just kind of want to show you all just the number of actual things that have been stricken from the actual permitted land uses by right under C3. And you could see a number of them, just the applicant decided to just completely eliminate the potential use of any of these uses. And including, these are the retail land uses. As you can see, vast majority of these are stricken through where they cannot do any of these proposed uses. No gas station, no hardware store, no grocery store, so on and so forth. Again, just really showing the amount of the total land uses that are permitted either by right, by conditions, or by special use permit under the C3 zoning district, roughly about 90 to 100 land uses total. Their total land uses are about 15 to 20, so really brought down the intensity of the proposed zoning designation. Well, that, Council, your options today is to vote yes to approve the ordinance affirming the planning and zoning's recommendation to change the zone change to C3C. 2, to vote no, this denies the ordinance, rejects the recommendation made by the Planning and Zoning Commission to rezone the property to C3C. 3, to amend, this will allow City Council to modify the ordinance by adding any additional conditions deemed appropriate by Council. And 4, to postpone, and this will allow Council to table and postpone the ordinance and direct staff accordingly. I believe the applicant is here. They don't have a formal presentation, but they're here for questions, and I stand for questions as well.
Thanks, Adam. Actually, I do have a quick question, and I know you went over it, but I just want to clarify something. Did you say that the sewer, our city sewer, they wouldn't be hooking up to this, that they would actually have to use a septic tank?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. There's no sewer availability for this property. Actually, the sewer line, closest sewer line is a few thousand feet away or 100 feet away. So they would have to, if they did want sewer, they'd have to try to link up to that, but they'd have to work with utilities to potentially link up to that. That being said, a lot of the sewer lines out there are kind of old, so that option may not be on the table. So yes, they would have to basically do a septic system. Yes, sir.
The reason why I bring that up is because I think this council has in the past, we've worked with the legislature to have mobile homes, to have different mobile homes not have access to the septic tanks so that they have into our city sewer line. On the northwest, I guess northeast part of the city, we've actually worked with that. I think that's the council's goal, is to eliminate, to help residents have access to city sewer. And I don't know, this would be, in my opinion, almost counterproductive if we were to move forward with this or require, do you happen to have, does the applicant know how far this is? I don't know if Adrienne is here. Maybe we'll come back to her if she doesn't have that map, because there's a special map that, has it lined out, different colors, where the gas is, where the sewer is. I mean, the city is, like for example, on gas, I mean, we're not extending new lines, but that's different. You still have access to it. This one here, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here. Sure. So let's go ahead and listen to the applicant or the representative, their presentation, and then we'll ask some further questions.
Like I said, sir, he has no formal presentation, but
okay.
he'll stand for questions if you have any for him.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
I do have a question for.
Question for Adam?
Yes. Thank you, Adam, for your.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. I too share the mayor's concern, and I understand. I represent the area that he referred to in the northeast part of the city, and it took quite a while. I mean, this is my 6th year on city council, and I have advocated for that just from the very beginning in 2017. And it took that long for accessible sewer lines to finally hook up. So I, on that basis, and I think that I wonder if there's something in Elevate Las Cruces that would cover that in terms of the impact septic tanks have on our environment. And so I hear from the gentleman that wants to present, but Mr. Weir appears to have some words of wisdom.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I believe Las Cruces doesn't really touch base on sewer systems, on septic systems. That being said, since they are limited to septic system, because of that, they're limited to how intense they can build on there. From my past regular planner zoning days when we used to work with the ETZ, any property that just residential property that was the only way you could have a septic system is if you were a minimum of half an acre in size, and that's just for a single family home. So if it's for any potential apartments or commercial uses, they're really going to be limited by the NMDOT because of the size of the septic system they have to provide for whatever development they do on the property. But to answer your question, no, ma'am, I do not know. I do not believe there's anything from what I've read in Elevate Las Cruces pertaining to a septic systems or anything.
Mr. Mayor, may I call Srijana? Well, to ask her, because she is very knowledgeable on planning, zoning, and I think she knows the Elevate Las Cruces very well, and she might be able to address that concern. It's a big concern for me.
Of course.
If there isn't a positive remedy, I would have to vote against it.
Right. Shoshana? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, happy birthday. Councilor Flores, Srijana Basnet, City Innovation Strategy Manager. I don't necessarily have specific policies to rattle off for you right now, but and I was not part of this review at all, so I would not be able to speak to it today. However, excuse me, Elevate Las Cruces does have a couple of policies on sewer, the preference for sewer conversion, to encourage developments to hook up to the nearest sewer line, that sort of thing, because it is a comprehensive plan and it's thinking multiple years out in the future that is the general direction.
Thank you so much, Ms. Besnick. And that was pretty much my recollection, but it's better to have an expert speak on it. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Adam.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Adam, there was a presentation from Mr. Wilcox? Yes, okay. I just need you to state your name, please. Did you have a presentation, or were you just here to answer questions?
I'm Raylan Wilcox,
okay.
And me and my wife own the land. And just a few minutes real quick. The land under consideration now is really just desert that attracts a whole lot of trash, a few vagrants, and a lot of political signs. So we're going to try to make it really nice over there. We're requesting permission to build our personal house for me and my wife, a botanical garden, and a 1,200-foot square electrical engineering office, which very low impact on the sewer system. Our house plans are completely finished, and we're ready to start construction on our house immediately. I can assure every single one of you and every neighbor that I am not going to build anything junky next to our house. It's going to be beautiful. We've reached out to everyone in the neighborhood 3 and 4 times, explaining our plans and trying to alleviate all of their concerns. We've provided our cell phone number, our email address, but literally have never received any response from anyone in opposition to our plans. We have received some very nice telephone calls, emails, with lots of words of encouragement. We've met with the adjacent neighbors to the north, to the east, and some of them to the south. And they've all been extremely nice and encouraging, and they're all on board. The only thing to the west is the interstate highway. The city of Las Cruces, the planning department has put extreme restrictions on what could be constructed on the land. And with those conditions, there's really no way that anything too crazy could be built on the land, ever. Also, since there's no sewer service, not much could be built on the land. I've personally met with the New Mexico Environmental Department and got a letter from them showing what we proposed and that they would approve and authorize us to use the small septic tank. Literally, very small septic system. To the south, there's already property zoned as C2, where some of the owners have built super nice apartments, and they fit very well into the neighborhood. The proposed restrictions that Adam and the city put on us are much more stringent than that existing C2 zoning. On Thursday, Vincent from the planning department let us know that there's still people worried about 6-story, 400-unit apartment buildings being constructed on the land. Of course, that can't happen due to the sewer. But to try and ease these fears to the neighborhood, we've agreed to allow additional conditions to only half of what's either under C2 or C3 zoning as far as any apartments are concerned. But I have no intention of building apartments. I want to build our house where I can retire. It's really surprising that anyone would oppose the building of a house in a botanical garden. I can't literally think of anything nicer that could be built on that land. And I'd like us all to work together and try to build something nice and beautiful for Las Cruces. And I assure you, it's going to be beautiful. I thank you all.
So, Mr. Wilcox, if I may, so you didn't submit any even small conceptual designs to the city that we could see to get an idea of what you're talking about? Because it sounds like you're just wanting one house and maybe a separate building for your electrical engineering business. And that's it?
We've actually submitted an engineered master plan and plot plan. And literally, it's a house, botanical garden, and a small electrical engineering office. And I'm sure Vincent or Adam can help you with that plan. Or I have a copy as well.
Do you already have an existing, I take it you're an electrical engineer. Do you already have an existing business?
Yes, sir. Tecton Engineering.
Okay, so this was going to be, you were going to have your business there as well?
Yeah, as I retire,
okay,
we'll just work out of this
I
building.
got you. All right, I just wanted to clarify that, but perhaps maybe in the future we might be able to, or soon, just get an idea conceptually how it sits. That would really help out better but we'll track something down.
I can give you a plan right here.
Well, if you want to submit that to the clerk and then, okay. So I think council may have some questions.
Thank you, Adam.
Councilor Coran?
My question actually is a little bit for you and a little bit for city staff to do some forecasting. This is a non-conforming zoning type. This was annexed historically. If we could anticipate and realize what would a likely place type be in this, what would this parcel likely be sort of largely zoned as if we could anticipate and realize. Based on, from what I'm seeing in the presentation, this is actually more restrictive than the likely change that will come with Realize, which would allow for full C3, I would anticipate suburban place type development.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Coran, correct. So because of that suburban place type, we already have the mixture of low to moderate intensity or density residential. The one big thing we're missing in this area is the actual commercial component of a suburban place type. So this property definitely does lend itself to that. With the conditions, it's going to restrict it a lot more than if it just be a straight commercial zoning. So definitely that's what staff's analysis was, that we believe it does fit within that place type now.
Thank you. Thank you also to the presenter and for your sharing what you were doing. I would also say, just as far as sort of neighborhood talking, I have to acknowledge that I will perpetually not find apartments scary. So anytime anyone's proposing apartments, I'm just going to go on the record and say, if you say that apartments are a threat to your neighborhood, I'm going to judge that as I see fit. But just to let you know and the folks in the audience know, there are some arguments that I personally will not be listening to. And I saw some very troubling emails in the packet of what kinds of people want in their neighborhood, and I found that frankly disturbing to hear from folks in Las Cruces. So I just want to go on the record to say, looking forward, this would be a more inclusive zoning if we looked at Realize, I believe, that would allow for even more different, varied types of development. And so I'm going to just put it out there today that my perspective has only been informed by this, and your willingness to work on a more neighborhood sort of agreeable part. But I would again say that I will never see apartments as a villain in our community, and so just putting my own perspective out there. So thank you again for your inputs.
Okay. Councilor Abeta?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wilcox, as well. I wanted to just look a little bit into some of those restrictions that you placed. So I do want to say thank you for adjusting with some of those. I did notice within it there is one of the items that was crossed off was that of units of housing, and it was for a specific type, but that had 40 units. So under this type of zoning, and maybe this can help with the neighborhood, how many units would be acceptable on this property with this type?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta, under the C3 zoning district, it's a minimum of 10 dwelling units, maximum of 40 dwelling units, if it's by right. But There's also a condition where they could potentially ask for more dwelling units, but as the applicant stated, he's more than willing to bring that down to more of an R2 or R3 density, which would be under R3 is 20 dwelling units per acre, R2 15 dwelling units per acre, ma'am.
Okay, so either 15 under the R2 or 20 with the R3.
That is correct.
Thank you. And I appreciate your willingness to work on this. Within the issue of sewer as well, what type of restrictions do you think you might encounter, or just issues you might encounter if you were to do the 20?
The environmental department would require you to build quite a system. I can't remember the technical term that they called it, but to put 20 units there would be extremely expensive to take care of the sewer. So it's just not going to happen.
Thank you.
My house and my office, small sewer system, will take care of it all.
Thank you. And I do have to say, I think that a botanical garden would be very pretty. Could you perhaps explain what that looks like to our fellow council members and members of the public, that idea?
Can you speak up in the microphone?
Yeah. Would you be able to explain a little bit about the botanical garden and kind of the coffee shop, I believe it is?
Sure. In the drawing that we submitted there, we carved out about 3.5 acres right now of botanical garden with pathways through it. And tried to landscape it as if some of the really beautiful parts of the Oregon. We can't do anything too crazy due to water. So it's not going to be super green, but as you all know, up in the Oregons, there's some beautiful spots. Piñons, junipers, small pines, oaks. I think we can make something really beautiful for all of us.
Thank you. And that would be accessible to members of the neighborhood?
That's what the ultimate goal is. And everything would have to have its own drip irrigation.
Thank you.
I couldn't afford to water 3.5 acres. And we don't want to waste that water.
Thank you. I think some of the concerns that I was just looking at reading the emails from the neighborhood, there was the issue about the outdoor lights, impacts to the environment. It sounds like a botanical garden that is, designed for a desert landscape would be a benefit to that area. It wouldn't change the environment that much. And then looking at, I think, potentially looking at an R3 designation within this zone can help alleviate some of the issues in the future. If you'd like to own the property for as long as you like, but looking at what would happen to the property with a different owner, in the future, I think that might help alleviate some of the concerns.
I think that the conditional restrictions they put on it really nailed it down, and it got it really tight, and it's something that I could deal with. So I kind of respect them for looking out for all of you.
Thank you. And thank you, sir. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I see that Utilities Director Adrienne Widmer is here, and the Public Works Director David Cedillo are both here. I have some questions for them regarding the possibility, or hopefully the probability, of the city replacing all septic tanks, and what, because I do agree with you, sir, that it would be an enormous, unanticipated and unforeseen on your part, and that's not your fault, to make sure that there is a sewer system. Ms. Widmer? So my question is, as you may know, because you've been in utilities for quite some time, that it took quite some time, and it was quite an endeavor to get funding for the removal of the septic tanks and the putting in the sewer system in the northwest area, close to Oregon, whatever. Anyway, is there any plan for the city to eliminate all septic tanks? And if so, because Adam did mention that the septic, what's it called? The septic system, excuse me, the sewer system there is antiquated or old or whatever. So is there anything in the blueprint, or at least a dream, that the city will get rid of all the septic tanks? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, Adrian Whitmer, Utilities Director. In the long term, we would like to eliminate all septic tanks within the city limits. And so we're working towards that around areas that we can install additional sewer. Right now, the nearest sewer to this particular area is a bit north. I'm trying to get the actual distance, but I'm going to say it's probably at least 2,000 feet. So it would probably be more likely a lift station to get to that particular area, and we would need to look to make sure that that lift station could actually handle whatever planned capacity. In the meantime, we are completing our master plan that includes areas that we want to have sewer put in. There are areas within the city limits that are still, if the size of your lot is large enough that you can put septic in. So this just happens to be located where if the lot sizes are large enough that septic systems are still acceptable. So it's completely up to you all. There's obviously we would prefer to see more sewer put in there, but the current sewer system that is over there, it may be a little older, but by golly, it is working just fine. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Oh, yes, it does. Thank you so much, Ms. Whitmer. It does answer it, but not, it does answer, but it's not what I wanted to hear. No, no, I would like the city to make it a top, one of our, we have many top priorities, but really make it a priority to get all of our, just get rid of all of our septic tanks, maybe have a plan, and it would be consistent with the Elevate Las Cruces and the environmental impact it has. Now, the fact that the property owner has indicated that the Environmental Department of New Mexico has said that it would have an impact, probably not, because it's perhaps one septic tank, but over the long run, it would, because then the septic tanks would continue as that land develops. So, but thank you so much, Adrian. I appreciate your, and Mr. Whitmer, Mr. Weir.
Mayor and City Councilor, just something for the council to consider. The reason that you're here with the zone change is the zoning is kaput. It's not in place anymore. So there is a need for some zoning to be placed on the property for him to have use of the property he owns. One thing I would offer for the commission to consider, or excuse me, the council to consider, is asking the applicant if he'd be willing to add another condition that if sanitary sewer within 300 feet of his property, he'd be willing to hook up to it. So that's a way that you can allow him to have some use of his property, but then you have some guarantee as sanitary sewers extended into the area, you have an assurance that it will be connected and that septic tank will be eliminated. So.
But you're saying that he would commit to do that if the city were to have an extended sewer line that he could hook up into?
Correct.
How could he commit to something that doesn't exist?
He's committing to do it when it was constructed. And often, I think your sanitary sewer ordinance is already set up that way if it's within a certain feet of your property that you are committing to connect. So just when you look at the property in whole, he does have a property right to use his property without any zoning on it. He's pretty much stuck with owning property with no use. And so this is a way that you can place a zoning for the use of the property, but then you also have some consideration that he'll connect to sanitary sewer, and you'll meet your desire of eliminating septic tanks throughout the community. Just a thought.
Yeah, it's a great thought, but my concern is that I know just from dealing with the issues in the northeast part of the city, is that it's very expensive, and that's why the city had to wait for allocations to come in to make sure that it could be done, because it's a big job. I mean, cleaning up the septic tank and then putting all the proper access could be expensive, and I don't know if that would be fair to put that kind of an imposition on someone at this point. Do you have any idea what the cost would be?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, if someone were to take an acre tract and try to develop it larger, they would factor that into the cost of development. So they would be making a decision based on whether it was appropriate for that, and they wanted to do that. But if this were zoned, like C1, which is a less than a half-acre lot size, and if he had 3/4 of an acre, he'd be able to put a septic tank on it by the state. So he already has the right to do that from dealing with sanitary sewer needs. I'm just was trying to provide an option for you as development take place down the road, that it would be primed, it could be redeveloped, and it would meet your needs of getting off of a septic tank.
That's very, very thoughtful, and I appreciate your input. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Bencomo, you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just in regards to the septic tank issue, if for whatever reason in the future there was more development on here with additional units, that responsibility to ensure that there was no septic tanks and that they would be hooked up to the city line would be on who? The developer?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that is correct. It'd be the developer who basically, when he'd submit his applications to us for any future development, would have to make sure it'd go out, of course, it'd go out to utilities for their review. So at that time, if, let's say in the future, there is line that was drawn, sewer line that was extended out to his property, utilities would basically, but per their policy, would require them to hook up to that sewer system, or they'd have to work with the state of New Mexico for any improvements to a septic system if further development is required or wanted, or they may not be allowed to develop any further as well because they could be restricted for their septic system on the property.
Great, thank you for that answer. Yeah, absolutely. I think, right now we're seeing a pretty big demand on the city on public dollars because we are trying to transition a bunch of these older neighborhoods to our sewer lines, and that's come at a great cost to the community. I'm hearing, though, that with this kind of development, that would be on the developer, and I think that's an important distinction to make. I also wanted to note that I do have some concerns about legislating on a piece of property because of what potentially could happen in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, as opposed to what is being currently proposed, which is a botanical garden, a home, a residential home, and a office. So I think we have to look at what is currently in front of us, and not to say, well, it might not be my problem because I might not be here, I will not be here in 10 years. That's not what I'm trying to say. However, I think it's important to recognize that if we vote on this today, and there's a potential change of ownership on this land in many years, it doesn't seem like the applicant is thinking about selling at any time. I heard he wants to retire here. Those plans would have to come to that new council, and that new council would have to approve any changes. And so I do have some concerns with us thinking about, well, what could happen in 10 years and 20 years? I think that's not what's in front of us today, and the proposal in front of us today seems like it's a property owner trying to create something for himself and his family and for the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make that note, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I do have a question, Mr. Wilcox, or perhaps Adam may know. Approximately, what is the square footage of that office building that you're looking to build?
My engineering office would be 1,200 feet, and the entire building would be about 3,000 feet.
Okay, let me ask you something, sir. Are you the principal owner of Linco Electric Company?
Yes, we are.
Were you planning on moving your company there?
Absolutely not. No, we have a great place over on Amador.
3,000 square feet, that's pretty good size.
It's for an engineering office. It's 1,200 square feet.
Well, I'm sorry. So just, you said 3,000 square feet. I mean, I know your own individual office is 1,200 square feet, but the whole building, the commercial building is 3,000 square feet?
Yes, the other 1,800 feet would be like for an entrance to a botanical garden and a bathroom.
I didn't see, I thought I saw the botanical garden on another part of on the plan, so I'll look at it some more, but.
There is one little tiny building for like to park a Kubota tractor in. Maybe you're looking at that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just got the impression, because that you might have wanted this office just, just to have maybe you are an electrical engineer, maybe you just wanted to have it separate from the house. I don't know. But, okay, thank you for that.
Somewhere where you could bring clients,
well, yes, sir,
talk to them, rather than sitting down on my dining room table.
I understand. I understand. Okay, well, you've given me a lot more to think about.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, if there's no questions, now I'm going to go to the presentation by the spokesperson, Mr. Milligan. And I believe you have a video or you have some slides to show us? Okay. No. And since this isn't an appeal, I don't believe you get sworn in, so you just make your presentation. You'll have up to 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir. Is this yours, sir? Okay. Can we put it on full screen? Thank you, Mayor, councilors. My name is Brooke Milligan. I'm here representing a large group. I want to stress that this is not just myself. This is a large group of people. As you'll see here, they're spread throughout the city. These are not just local residents within the surrounding neighborhood. So there's a big concern that is, you can see these are numbers next to each of the zip codes for the 212 people that have signed the petition related to this. I think that's likely an underestimate of the concern that people have in the community regarding smart growth, context-sensitive growth in the community of Las Cruces. I think this is also an important location. It's the gateway to Las Cruces for anyone coming to the south. So what we do in this land use in this area will have an impact on what people view as the values that we put forth to regarding the development. So I would like to stress that. Our message is clear. It's a simple message. It's a message that you should deny this request. There are, in fact, options that you can take, which I will mention, that would be consistent, but the main point here is that this is inconsistent, in fact, with the idea of smart growth, with many of the principles laid out in the Elevate Las Cruces document, as well as the Las Cruces Land Development Code and so forth. This is an example of doing exactly the opposite of many of the principles that you have articulated and developed so hard, with so much work over the years. The rationale for this is straightforward. We have an issue at hand today. That is, should we allow commercial development at this parcel on 4003 Telbrook Road? 4003 Telbrook Road I will make the point that commercial development in this area is incompatible with the neighborhood, the residential nature of the neighborhood surrounding. I will also make the point that it's inconsistent with Elevate Las Cruces, and that furthermore, this is not an economically sustainable land use, and that any commercial development at this location is likely to be counter to a sustainable economic goal. So we advocate that the council take actions that are consistent with Elevate Las Cruces, with the smart growth principles. This is not going forwards. Okay. As you're aware, zoning decisions are a semi-permanent designation. They do not change often. In this case, we're looking at a C3C zoning request. C3C zoning allows for a broad range of commercial development. Staff just said that the restrictions placed on this allows 10 to or 15 to 20 different development options. There are in fact 24 on the list in Annex A that were presented earlier. 2 of those, broadly, there are many, a long list, 24 I just said. But there are 2 of them that are broadly there, that there could be apartments. I personally don't have anything against apartments either, but these must, according to the development code, comply with C4 development standards. There's also, in the list, a variety of retail stores of different forms. In this consideration, I think we all feel that the statement of the stated plans of the current owner are not particularly relevant when we're considering a long-term designation for what we should allow land use to be. Plans change, ownerships change. The Elevate Las Cruces has a strong continuity in dictating that development occur in a context-sensitive nature. That context is really important to think about. It has to be on a scale that makes sense for the neighborhood involved. I'll show you in a second what that means in this case. Most importantly, your decisions have to really consume that any of the possible allowed land uses might occur. So, to start with, what is some of the context here? What is the neighborhood currently like? The neighborhood in this area is over 1,100 acres. It's entirely built, except for one fire station, as residential construction. This has developed over 50 years. There's been a consistent vision by a diversity of residents making thousands of individual decisions. There is absolutely a very clear neighborhood identity in this area. This is evident here. These are the distribution of land of parcels across all of the different current zoning designations within this 1,100 acres. You can see all but 5 of these parcels are zoned for one form or another of residential development. Those 5 are also nearby the subject property. They are all either duplex or triplex, and in fact, several of them are owner-occupied and not commercial or rented out at all in any form. Everything I'm saying today would also apply to converting those to actual commercial operations as well. Here's what this looks like on the ground. The red block there, of course, is the subject property on the corner of Las Alturas and Telbrook. Virtually everything else in this neighborhood, as I've said, is residential zoning of one form or another. That's what the different colors represent. Those couple of blue just to the south of 4003 Telbrook are the few that are zoned commercial. As I said, though, those are either small duplex or owner-occupied residences. The diversity, there's a broad diversity here of parcel sizes. This is not a landscape where there are only large sort of estate kinds of land of parcels involved. It's a broad range here with a variety of different kinds of people and opportunities for residences to be built. So that's the context. Entirely residential, over 1,000-acre spread surrounding this area. What would the impact of commercial development be? Does it make sense that this be developed as a commercial activity? As I said, the Land Development Code requires that if this is developed as apartments, it has to be R4 compliant. Here is the impact of what that would look like. As you've heard earlier, it would be a minimum of 10 residential units per acre, so 100 at least, up to 400 for the 40 units per acre. These arcs here represent the areas in which that number of residents currently occur. So the orange arc there contains 101 residences. So the minimum requirement dictated by code would require taking the equivalent of that many residences and cramming them into that one lot. The yellow is the same for the 40 unit per acre requirement. That would be increasing the density of people in this area by 50%. Here is a vision of what it would look like vertically, okay? The orange, of course, are all the footprints of existing buildings in this area. The gray buildings are a potential apartment complex that could be built there under these conditions, and that would be more or less required by the current Land Development Code. You can see that this would be a very big change of the character of this area. We could also ask about other commercial options in this area. Are they likely to be successful? Okay, there's a couple of really obvious examples here. For instance, we could consider small stores of various sorts, retail operations that would be attractive to the whole neighborhood, generally have very low margins of profit. We can go through this in greater detail if you like, but this is analysis based on very typical results and conservative assumptions about things like loans and so forth. And it suggests that if a business was to be supported by the entire neighborhood, we would have to be spending $1,200 a month every month in order to support a neighborhood business of that sort. Clearly, that is not sustainable. The neighborhood is far too small to support a business that's going to be economically feasible. The location is very poor for attracting large customer bases. We have failures of similar businesses. There's one across the freeway on Stern Drive that was there to serve a neighborhood in a gas station, convenience store. It's failed. It's been out of business. We have failed businesses throughout the in much more central locations that are much more likely to be successful locations, and you as a council have worked very hard to ameliorate that. Simply put, commercial development at this location is not likely to be sustainable. There are very few other locations within this neighborhood for commercial development to even occur. Therefore, the whole idea of a mixed-use neighborhood is really unlikely to be realized at any time in the future. Developing commercial activities at this location is exactly the opposite of the infill development idea. This is on the periphery. It's in a terrible location for attracting people to a business location. It can't be economically sustainable. What about the botanical garden? Much has been made of that. We can learn about botanical gardens and whether they are in fact commercial by looking at the botanic gardens that already exist within New Mexico. This is the entire list. These are all much larger. They are all associated with large and formal organizations. The biopark, for example, has a $19 million gross receipts tax dedicated to its funding. The only thing here that's even moderately comparable to what is being proposed might be the Santa Fe Botanic Garden, but it is adjacent to Museum Hill, an international tourist draw. It has a budget of $1.1 million, a staff of 19 people. It's as you've heard, 6 times greater in size than the area that's being proposed here. None of these things are sustained by gate receipts. They are not commercial activities in any way. So what are the risks of this? If we develop commercially in this area, we will be faced with exactly what we are faced throughout the center part of Las Cruces. Places that have much, much greater draw, much greater possibility for economic success. You've worked very hard to address these issues with the metropolitan redevelopment areas. So, given that this commercial development is incompatible, that it's economically untenable, and it's counter to Elevate Las Cruces, what is a good option? We see 2 options here. One is to recognize that this is really a low-density residential area and that it should be zoned as such. There is no need to change the zoning to commercial just because zoning needs to change. The other one is that there's an open space option as well. So let me return to the final point here,
Mr. Milligan,
that you should deny this request. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Abeta?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I was going to have a question. With the 212 individuals that you stated were part of this, how many were city residents and how many were county residents?
I do not have that information. It comes from throughout the city, throughout all the zip codes, every.
Yes, but there is an important distinction between the city and the county residents when we're in this quasi-judicial role. In my primary function is that of the city residents.
I appreciate that. The plans for development in Las Cruces have an impact on everybody in the area. I think it would be a very huge mistake for council to take a narrow view on this topic because we have a comprehensive plan that applies much more broadly than just to the city limits.
Thank you. Within the context that you brought up, Elevate Las Cruces, one of the founding principles of that is mixed neighborhoods that have basically the use of livability between each community. A lot of the items that were denied or scratched off from the applicant are items that are principles of Elevate Las Cruces already. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor. That is correct.
Thank you. So that of having, a grocery store, pharmacy, those types of things that make a community more desirable.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta, that is correct.
So with the limited restrictions, the applicant has already put in line more of community and neighborhood values rather than the principles of Elevate.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta, that's what staff saw in our analysis for what they proposed for the uses of the property.
Thank you. For our, this question might be for Christine, but in our quasi-judicial function, are we to determine business viability for future years in this function?
Mayor, Councilor Beta, I would say no.
Thank you. For members of the public, may you please describe what this quasi-judicial role is for?
Mayor, Councilor Beta, this is just to approve a zone change. That's it.
And was there an official appeal done by members of the neighborhood?
Mayor, Councilor Beta, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, those are just some background questions that I think need to be stipulated. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done with my questions.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you. Did I jump line on anyone, though?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
I was just had mental telepathy that you wanted to ask a question.
Brilliant. Not questions. I just don't know if this is going to be my only chance to comment, so I want to jump in. And I think that Councillor Karan really stated my primary position eloquently earlier, so I would refer anyone back, just zoom this meeting back a little bit after we publish it as a live stream. Dr. Milligan? I believe so, yes. I'm going to partially quote you from the start of your presentation, values we put forth on development, and I believe that was in reference to, you were saying this is a kind of southern gateway to the city of Las Cruces, and if I were to be asked if I would want mixed-use development, multifamily housing to be part of the values that we are communicating as soon as you get into city, I would say unequivocally yes. I understand your position. I understand and to a degree sympathize with the issues you're raising, but I think that in the short time I've been on council, we have consistently seen where mixed-use development, where multifamily housing, where affordable and attainable housing is perceived to fit and where it is not perceived to fit. I'm in a district where it is perceived to fit pretty much everywhere. The residents of District 3 are rarely afforded the time, the privilege to be able to come and take a stand like this against potential changes in their neighborhood. And that, I think that speaks to, I've made my points on planning and zoning and the history and continuing status thereof as a lot of socioeconomic class issue. I think I said nonsense in the past, so I'll just say it again. I do want to point out to those who have seen the agenda packet published for today that our staff, with their expertise on Elevate Las Cruces, do say this plan absolutely complies with Elevate Las Cruces. So I would just like to note, I know that you've said several times throughout you feel this is counter to Elevate Las Cruces. I counter that counter with the expertise of our staff who have pointed out several goals, several themes where this does in fact comply. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm just obviously previewing my vote and giving a little explanation to why, and I'll quit there. But Mayor, you probably already knew that I was about to stop because of telepathy.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other, Councilor McCombie, you didn't have anything else?
No, I didn't, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask if there are members of the public who had any, since this was a very, I figured you had to have some background. This was a very good presentation. You hit all the points very good. So when she referred to you as doctor, perhaps you're a professor at the university or retired, but you did a great job. How many members of the public are here that wish to speak on this issue? Just keep your hands up so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, I don't think he can, Dr. Milligan can touch on more, so I'm just going to give you 1 minute if that's okay. Just come forward to the podium, state your name, and if you think you can add to this, or if you just want to just tell us why you're either for or against it, that would be great. And if you wouldn't mind, the rest of you, if you can kind of come forward to the front, first 2 rows, that way there we can expedite things.
Good morning, I'm Joseph Hendrickson, and I live out here in Las Cruces in the 88012 area code. I noticed our area code was up there with the previous guy presented. I would be interested in having the botanical gardens out here. I would love to take my family out there. We don't go out to the hike too much, but having everything out here from the mountains would be very interesting and very unique for us to have. That's all I have really to say. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Bupp. I've known Raylan Wilcox for over 25 years. He's straightforward and an honest man. What he says he wants to do, I believe is a good thing. Botanical gardens, I would love to visit myself. I think for families to go and walk, and if it's paved, handicapped, or whatever, I think it's just an area to get out and enjoy nature. I'd also like to say I've seen his work, and anything he does will be quality work, and it will be a gemstone for the neighborhood, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Len Hampton, and I'm a resident of 4835 Los Altos Drive within the city limits, and I do not have sewer. I'd like to read a statement from County Commissioner Shannon Reynolds. Message to city councilors. First, thank you for all your wonderful, committed, and dedicated service. I would like to request that you vote against the rezoning of approximately 11.5 acres of property on the northeast corner of Los Altos and Telbrook. There are 3 or 4 single-story triplexes across the road. Your city community development would lead you to believe these qualify as apartment buildings. These are no apartment buildings in over 1,000 homes along Los Altos in either the city or the county. Rezoning that property to a C3 will not prevent a later development of 60-foot apartment complexes or any kind of manufacturing. I know you can rezone and put restrictions on it. With C3 zoning, it would be easy for the future city councilors to ignore and remove those restrictions. I will be out of town when you decide this. This is why I am writing now. I'm writing representing my roughly 4,000 constituents that will be affected by this decision.
Thank you, Len. I'm sorry. 1 minute. We got the gist of it.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
And happy birthday, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
My name is Jen Summers. I own property directly adjacent to the proposed project. I would like to say that I'm looking forward to having the botanical garden there, and I think that in the future, development could change, but with a botanical garden in place, that it would unlikely to change to something else that people seem opposed to. However, I am the only household that is right next to where he's proposing to develop, and I do not think that there are any ill repercussions from having done this environmentally or economically.
Thank you.
My name is David Finston. I live at on Tobosa Road, within a mile of the proposed project. I'd like to point out a couple of deceptive items that were presented that related. There were photographs of the area that were presented. You would get a much different impression at 8 o'clock in the morning at the intersection of Telbrook and Los Alturos Road. It's high-density traffic as it is now, a hazard to the many bicyclists like Dr. Milligan, myself, my next-door neighbor Alexa Davis. The entire Las Alturas from Mesquite to University Avenue is high-density traffic at certain times of the day, and that problem would only be exacerbated by further development. Let's see. Immediately adjacent to the property is not the interstate, but rather Las Alturas Boulevard. And I would like you to consider this in your the safety of the residents in your considerations. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Luis Quiterio. I have known the Wilcox for many, many years. I'm also a real estate agent here in Las Cruces. So I can see the benefit of having a botanical park available for the community. I see that in different places, Metro Park, Metro Verde. When I'm showing a house, I see kids running around the park, the water area as well. And it's exciting to see the community coming out in the afternoons, enjoying a beautiful summer, enjoying our weather here in Las Cruces, and walking into a special area like that. And I think what they have in mind, building their house, building their shop, building a botanical park, is going to benefit the community as well. And not only that, I can also take my kids, take my family, take my grandkids out there, whatever the case may be, and enjoy the time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Sanjay Lahiri. I live in the county. I work in the city, contribute to the city, so you hurt my feelings. So just quickly, I won't go over all the other things that everyone said. The pros and the cons are obvious. What I would like to do is try and maintain the few things that Las Cruces is really famous for, the dark skies. I would hope that there aren't lights pointing up everywhere. I would hope that even if you have high intensity, I'm from a city where there are I grew up in a city of Calcutta where there are 20 million people. So we don't want unplanned growth happening over here. So I am concerned about things like visual pollution, the sound pollution, the traffic pollution. We have regular accidents on those corners. And so I want to thank all of you for your service to the city, and I would like a considered opinion, not a biased one.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hello, my name is Heather Morton, and I live in Mission Bell neighborhood. One thing that hasn't been mentioned was the traffic impact. It's a very narrow one-lane road, and it already gets pretty busy, and I would like to see what the traffic impact is going to be if we're going to change the zoning there. Another thing, the applicant mentioned that his lot was full of trash and vagrants, and I would say that that's quite the opposite in my experience. We chose that area because it's wild and unmanicured. I would like to know if he has an expert to help him with the building of his botanical garden, because gardening in this area is not for the weak, and there is a reason that those mountain plants don't thrive in our neighborhood. Sorry, I'm nervous. Yeah. Also, is he going to have a parking lot with a lot of trucks in it, coming in and out, because that could be dangerous? And
yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, but your time has expired.
Mayor, can I make a quick comment, please? It's me.
Yes.
You didn't know? Thank you. First of all, you did a great job. I know it's insanely nerve-wracking to be down there. And I do want to point out that if you want to write this down for later, page 202 of the packet does say a traffic impact analysis will be submitted and approved prior to the issuing of it. So yes,
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I just think it would be irresponsible to do high-density commercial if the sewer is not there yet to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sharbani Dasgupta. I live pretty close to this current property under discussion. I pass by that every single day. I've never seen a vagrant there. I do see trash, but that's like plastic bags blowing around, and that's all over the place. My question is, if the current owner just wants to build a house and an office and have a botanical garden, why do we need a C3 commercial intensive care, I don't know the exact terms. Why do we need that kind of zoning for that? We can give him a zoning where he's allowed to do what he needs to do and continue that for whoever he sells it to, because it will be sold eventually. The third thing I wanted to talk about is that we are a community. We all know each other. I did not receive any, he mentioned that he contacted residents. We did not see anything, no contact from him about what we felt about that place. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, I think that...
Just one more question. I hope your minds are not already made up on this, because that's the reason why we want to come and express ourselves.
Right. No, my mind is definitely not made up yet, so.
Good morning. Marcy McGuinn. I live in the Los Alturas area. Also, I just wanted to make a comment and follow up on a question. Someone asked if there was a parking lot planned. In one of the preliminary plans that was submitted to the city by Mr. Wilcox, there is a 30 parking lot planned for the area. I want to reiterate what my neighbor said just before me. If we're just looking at building a home and a botanical garden, having a little space, we don't need C3 zoning, and we invite Mr. Wilcox to work with the city and work on a more appropriate zoning option for this largely residential area. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so this concludes, there's no more? All right. So before I turn to Councillor Abeta, since this is her district, just a real quick overview. So as you may or may not have read that, so in 2001, the city went to a different zoning code, and that's when this thing changed, and that's why it's what they call non-conforming. And so in order for them to do anything, they're going to have to change it. So I think it's currently zoned agricultural, A2. So in order for them to do anything, they have to get this zone changed from the city. So that's why we're having this. Had this already been zone commercial, whatever it is, C3, then they could have this until the time the city decides to change, which is every 20, 30 years. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. So with that, I'm going to start with Councillor Abeta, and then any other councillors that have questions or comments. Councillor Abeta.
Thank you. And I do want to say thank you to all the residents who did take the time to come here today and to write and submit letters and attend the planning and zoning. There was quite a bit that we got in our packets about, I think they said about 40 residents as well. So I do want to say thank you for taking that time. And I recognize that this is a sensitive area. It has been agriculture, so it's been, designated as a spot that looks just open and free, that no longer aligns within the values of the comprehensive plan, and as Mayor stated, does need to have an update. I've appreciated the applicant working with city to do heavy reductions on the types of land uses permitted, and I do believe because of how he wants to have both the botanical garden that may have like a little coffee shop in it and the residential, all those uses all together is what necessitates the C3. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeta, that is correct.
Okay, so all those together have to have that C3 designation. With it in mind, one of the largest issues that I think is that of how many other uses later on in the future for residential might impact, given that I would suggest an amendment for the reduction of residential to be down to an R3. So that is the one area that I think might help the neighborhood feel a little bit more comfortable later on. And we already saw in the stipulations that there was already going to be a reduction of that 40 units, so that already was not going to happen, but this would reduce it even further. The The other part that I would like to say is, I know, like I said, when we want the community to come in, as somebody mentioned, this is a corridor for people coming up south to view our community. And seeing growth, business, and progress is not a bad thing, especially for our district. I've worked for 4 years to try to get a park improvement. Our area is aged. A lot of the places were built in a time where they weren't looking at different multi-use purposes, and so we've gotten a lot of areas that are really in need of great repair. Or we have a lot of agricultural zones in the middle of our community that no longer fit. And so those have to get updated. And so I think it's looking at it, that knowing that change is going to happen in such a way, but how can we do it that also kind of looks at a way that can help the community. I think a botanical garden, viewing it as you're coming into town, actually looks pretty nice. And to be real honest, it will be the nicest private I think, growth item that we have had since I've been here on council. Like I said, I've been working really hard to try to update Tony Gomez and Frenger Park, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're trying really hard to make some of these. So the idea that a private entity is going to come in and make a space for the community is something that I need to take into consideration, and as it was pointed out, for county residents as well as city residents too. We do look at both of those items. However, my primary function here was that for city residents. And so I know that's hard, and it's not to be mean because I look at county too. I interact very well with the county. Our commissioners try to maintain good dialogue and communication. But at the end of the day, it is that city, it's the city charter that I run by, it's the city planning documents that I go by, not by the county, but by the city. So that is the main focus there. So what I would like to do, like I said, is propose that R3 stipulation as well within this, so that we do have a little bit of that reduction. It also seems that if there are any other plans that are outside this scope that may have to happen, that we would have to be addressed again within council, correct? If there was like say an apartment complex coming in, that would have to come back to council, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta, no, it wouldn't. It would just have to follow the conditions of the R3. And so I guess point of question for you as well, ma'am. When you state R3 densities or development standards, that would also limit the height?
That would be density for the residential.
Thank you for clarification, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Graham.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, we should have been able to end on that eloquent, but I messed up, so I wanted to clarify my mess up. The traffic impact analysis that I cited was actually attached to another item on the agenda, so my bad. Would a traffic impact analysis be part of, should this zoning change be granted, or before anything business related went in, would that be part of it? I just don't want to put staff on the hook for something that I misread.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Graham, the traffic engineer would be reviewing party for whatever is developed on the property. They may need, if not a full-blown traffic impact analysis, some type of traffic study for the area to see what improvements, if any, are needed to the adjacent right-of-way.
Okay, so a traffic study of some fashion would happen.
That is typically what is requested, especially with the property of this size, ma'am, but the traffic engineers will request some information.
Okay, great. I just didn't want my mess up to loom over everyone else. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores.
So, Adam, a traffic impact analysis, say it's adverse to having such a plan implemented. What happens at that point?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, basically the applicant's traffic engineer or the developer's traffic engineer and our traffic engineer would get together to see what improvements would be required to the adjacent right-of-way, whether putting decel lanes, XL lanes, in and out right onlys, possibly even, lights on the intersection. It really depends on what the analysis comes to final fruition in order for the property to be developed.
When you say lights, you mean semaphores, traffic signals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens if there isn't something that can be worked out? What happens to Mr. Wilcox's or Dr. Wilcox's plans?
Mr. Mayor, Council Flores, the property would not be supported to be developed by our traffic engineering section.
So then it wouldn't be feasible and it would not go through. Is that
Mr. Mayor,
correct?
Council Flores, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Adam, will you describe, since Councilor Abeyta is considering an amendment to the R3, you asked the question development and density, so it makes me feel like I should ask to be very clear and for the public to understand what that R3 designation does.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, so to clarify, it'd be going to R3 densities currently under the R4 densities, which is what a C3 property is required to develop to for apartments. It would allow up to a maximum of 40 dwelling units per acre. The R3 zoning designation, the densities would cut that in half, because under the R3 zoning designation, maximum of 20 dwelling units are permitted for apartment complexes. So essentially cutting the density in half for any potential possible apartment complexes in the future.
Thank you, Adam. And then in regards to the traffic study, did you say that has to happen before the actual designation, or could we put that as a stipulation?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, I believe that was actually a comment that was brought up by our traffic engineering with this zone change, that before any potential future development occurs, they need some type of traffic analysis in order for them to, for whatever potential future use that comes in there, will have to be submitted before they could approve any development of the property.
Okay, good. And then as it relates to the parking lot, what is a consideration? Have you seen the design?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, I've seen a couple of sketches. These are super conceptual of what he's planning, thinking of possibly doing. I believe the parking just put there that would not only would be for the offices that he's proposing there, but also for the botanical garden as well, for people to go and enjoy that as well. Again, it's just conceptual. We do have minimum, maximum parking requirements in our zoning code, so we definitely would make sure that they'd meet the minimum parking requirements. But as to the total number of 30 parking stalls, that may or may not happen, ma'am, considering the plan is conceptual.
So the minimum is how many slots, parking lots, and maxes?
So, all right, that's a nice loaded question. So, Mayor, Councilor Gonda, so for a home, single-family home, you have to have a minimum of 2 parking stalls for the property, for the home. Additionally, for botanical garden, I do not know the exact calculations for that, but everything's based on calculations. But for like a professional office, typically you need 1 parking stall for every 350 square feet of gross floor area. So if it's 1,200 square foot building, they'd have to have a minimum of 4 parking stalls or the 1 accessible stall.
For the building, and then in addition, it would have to be additional spaces for the botanical garden?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, that is correct. That is a separate use, which has its separate parking requirements. I do not know that information on the top of my head, though, but I'll definitely get you that information, ma'am.
Gosh, well, Adam, I wish you would, because I wonder if there's a way that we could stipulate it could be a maximum of a certain amount of parking spaces. Does that make sense? Would Larry know?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, I mean, I guess that could be another potential condition where you would limit the number of
I'm
parking.
within my rights to say, or not right, but I can say, would like to make an amendment specific to the parking, because that seems to be an issue for folks.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonda, you could potentially put a condition that they just meet the minimum number of parking stalls required for the potential uses on the property.
Okay. And as I made mention, my father-in-law was the founder of this area and had a vision for this space, him and his then wife, Shirley Souls. That area, and I specifically, I finished reading everything and purposefully didn't ask Bill about it until this morning, related to that area. I don't know when this particular piece of land was sold, and maybe this is irrelevant in terms of when that was sold. What I can say is it was the Soul's vision to have an area carved out that didn't include a single-family dwelling, that included things like a possible grocery store, and maybe smaller retail. I don't know what his vision specifically was, but this is what Bill Souls at least indicated to me this morning when I called and asked specifically if he was familiar with the area, and of course he was. And so I thought I want to throw that out there as his vision. And as people noted here in the audience at public comment, things change and they change rapidly, right? The Souls are no longer, at least the elder, the matriarch, patriarch of the family are no longer living, to include Bill's brother. And now it's like 3 generations who are responsible for at least the house that's sitting over there. That was the first house that was built. So with that said, I appreciate everybody being here and speaking to this. I know there's some concern about things changing and why are they changing? Why is the zoning necessary? Why is the parking lot? Are we expecting 30 spaces? Those kinds of things. So I'm taking all that into consideration as I sort of decide what's the best course of action moving forward. So Adam and everybody in the audience, thank you for being here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo, did you have any questions?
I didn't, Mayor. Thank you.
Did you say you did or you didn't? Okay. So I want to address something here to Mr. Wilcox. Where is he? Where do you go? Mr. Wilcox, I'm a business person. I do support real property rights. I think the area, location, where it's at, what you're asking would be suitable in my opinion. However, now I know that a lot of the neighbors currently are on septic tank. And, but of course, when that subdivision was built back in the 60s or probably even later, or earlier, the city hadn't expanded that far. But we have since. Adrienne and her team, her predecessors have really worked hard to grow our sewer lines throughout. In fact, we offer to many county residents the ability to hook up. And the reason is because, and the reason why the city is wanting to help those that are on septic is because you just never know if an accident was to happen, it could seep down into our water tables, into our aquifer, and I do know that New Mexico Environmental Department does allow that. But throughout the years, they've added more and more square footage to those who they give approval to. So I'm going to, me personally, only support this if, and I found out that we were approximately 300 feet from our sewer line. And I know that's about a football field, and I know that adds a tremendous amount of cost. But that's the only way that I'll be able to support this. I don't know about my colleagues. I can't make a motion. I can't make an amendment. I can only second, and I can vote. But I just want to let you know if it was to move forward and without this amendment, I'm going to have to vote no. But if one of my colleagues does choose to require that it go through as planned, because I look at it from what they call highest and best use. And the highest and best use would be, maybe you wouldn't do it, but if your estate was to end up selling it and they may say, hey, it's zoned for some apartments, let's do that. So I hope you understand that. I mean, we're trying to balance things here. I've had no discussion with either party. In fact, I thought you looked familiar, but I wasn't too sure, and probably only seen you once in 20 years. So, and I will say that your company is very well respected and does tremendous work. But that's what I wanted to let you know. I want to tell you that up front. Okay, so that was my only comments. So I'm going to leave it up to my colleagues here. I know Mayor Pro Tem said something about doing an amendment, but I'm sorry, Councilor Correa.
I can definitely commit. If y'all could get within 300 feet, I would connect it instantly. That would be great for all of us.
I said approximately. Again, it's just, it could be 400 feet, but they said more or less 300 feet.
I think they're quite a ways down the road right now. But if you all ever extended within 300 feet, I'm all in.
Ifo, did you have something, or?
Mayor, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. So we would require, if the sewer line comes within 300 feet, he'd be required to hook on. At this point, I do believe it's a lot further, and that's why they're not currently requiring. But we can set it as a condition that if it does get within, even it could. I think the conditions can be set even 400 feet if we wanted to. But I believe it's probably. I think Adrian mentioned somewhere around 2,000 feet away. But if we got it within a certain amount, we can make that a requirement.
Thank you, Ifo. Councilor Coran and then Councilor Flotis.
My question was just to follow up on that. Already that requirement exists in our code, correct? The 300-foot required hookup. So I just wanted to clarify that that's already, I think, something that's written into our existing development code.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Corin, you're correct. I believe it is under the utilities master plan when sewer line gets within a certain distance from a property that they require to connect to city sewer.
Mayor, just to clarify, this is Councilor Bencomo, just to clarify on process then, we do not need to make a separate amendment if that is the case. Is that what is being discussed?
Well, Councilor, it's possible. We could require that if Mr. Wilcox was to build, say, 1,700 feet, that the city would commit to the other 300 feet. Obviously, that shows a partnership that we would do to help. That's a possibility. Again, that's just something there that if the council wishes to choose. But you're right, as of now, there is no amendment. I can't make an amendment. But if we were to make one, it would be that the applicant would be required to extend the city's sewer line to within 300 feet of our city sewer system, and then that gives us, the city, 300 feet to do our portion.
Right, Mayor, I guess that is already in place, right? That is already within ordinance. So do we have to then additionally add it to this?
Well, Councilor, no. The requirement would be to have the applicant build a sewer line of, I guess, 1,700 feet before the zoning is approved. Or that's a condition of the zoning, is what I'm trying to say. And 1,700 feet is, it's probably less, that's about 2/5 of a mile. So less than half a mile, but, you know. You there?
Yes, I am, Mayor. I think I'm just,
And the reason for it, Councilor?
I'm not understanding what you're proposing, Mayor.
Okay, basically is to approve the zoning code with the condition that the applicant builds 1,700 feet of sewer line, and then that leaves the city the opportunity to hook up the other 300, and then we're connected together. And the reason being is if they were to eventually build apartments, I wouldn't like to see that apartment complex on sewer lines, on septic tanks. And this way here, they could be hooked up to the city sewer. That's it. That's why I talked about the highest and best use. If down the road another generation chooses, excuse me, to build an apartment complex, it would be required to hook up to the city city sewer, which will be right there. And by requiring the applicant to build 1,700 feet of a sewer line, it would be ready to go, and then the city could hook up when they want to 300 feet so that it's there.
And wouldn't that responsibility then be on that developer who chooses, in this hypothetical, the developer, if they choose to build apartment complexes, that would be their responsibility, not necessarily this person's responsibility?
Well, once the zoning is given, then it's, that's the hard part. And once we give this zoning, there's as you could tell by the various, the presentation, there are various uses that could be on there, including apartments. So this is really the only time the city can probably require that the sewer line be installed. After that, after we give the zoning without any conditions, it's a different story then.
No, so the issue I have is that when earlier in my questions, I asked if there were to be additional units, whose responsibility would it be to then hook up to the sewer line? And I was told the developer. Do you understand something differently than I understand? And maybe that's a question for staff.
Well, no, you're right, but that's something there that we don't know if that's what they're going to do. That's why I just wanted to be prepared for the highest and best use of that land. That's the only reason. Because once we give that zoning, it could change. And there could be a different city council sitting here that says, no, we'll go ahead and build it. You don't need sewer. I don't know what Miyagishima was talking about back then. So.
Can I get staff to clarify this, because I have a different understanding of the requirement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Mayor, I have a different understanding of the possibility of future development in that requirement in terms of it being mandatory that if there were to be units built, that they would be hooked up to the sewer line, and that developer would be responsible for that.
I don't know. I'm just going to let David Ware talk, see if he figured that out.
Mayor,
Yes, I was asking for staff to answer.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I'll try not to just talk, but to set some context. Currently, the property is not served by sanitary sewer. So whatever use is proposed, they would have to come up with a on-site system, whether that be a septic tank or I know some places have used evapotransportation. It's something where they build mounds and the water evaporates. But there are limitations on that and what the density could be. If they wanted to build it out to full density, whether it be the 40 dwelling units per acre or if the conditions approved at 20 dwelling units an acre, they would either have to extend the sewer to the property at the time they propose that project, or they would have to wait to develop the property until the city does a project and extends it past that property. And then our current sanitary sewer ordinance is if the city extends their service and the line is within 300 feet, the property owner has to tie into it when they develop. So I guess to summarize, as it is today, there's no sanitary sewer that could be provided to this, so that would limit the number of dwelling units or apartments that could be placed on the property. Someone who bought the property and wanted to develop as apartments, the city would not extend that. If they wanted to go forward with it, they would be required to extend the sanitary sewer to the site, and they would incur all that cost. I guess the third option is if during the master plan, the city does a capital project and extends sewer into that area, and then the property owner would have to wait until that line is in the system to go forward. So I think those are the three development scenarios that can take place for the property.
Thanks, David. That actually clarifies plenty for me.
I don't see where that was different than what I was saying, but I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Councilor Flo?
I'm like, Mayor, that was incredibly different than what you were saying, so.
Councilor
Actually,
Flores,
it's very similar to what you were saying.
Let her have it, please.
Yeah. So I don't think, I believe that adding a condition that has an unknown number on it is unfair to Dr. Wilcox, or anyone in your position, not just you personally, but only because it could be very, very, very expensive. And I don't know how wealthy you are, but unless you're Rockefeller or Bezos or some of those really ultra millionaire type people, I don't know, I know you want it, and you're saying that you're willing to accept an amendment that one of us may pose or put forward for vote, consistent with the mayor's thought processes. But I have to say that I think that the amendment is it's just too, it's an unknown for you. And I think that it would be, I think that it would be different. I think it would be, I don't know what the word is. It just wouldn't be very fair to you. And it's quite apparent that you want this so badly that you're willing to say, yes, I'll incur the cost. But we don't know what the cost is, and that's very unfair, and I think it's overreaching on our part, only because, I guess because I'm not wealthy, to just throw money around, that I wouldn't make a promise to come forth with something that I have no idea what the monetary amount would be. So I'm not in favor of an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Can I clarify that?
Sure.
The current Las Cruces rules are, if there's a sewer within 300 feet,
yeah, you have,
that the owner has to extend their sewer line to that.
Right, and you would incur that 300.
That's what I meant to agree to.
Oh.
Not 1,700 feet.
Oh, okay. The 300 feet would probably be palatable for you.
I can afford that.
But
yes.
I mean, okay, then if that's the amendment, is that what the amendment would be? No. His is a little bit more, in my opinion, overreaching. But with all due respect, Mr. Birthday Man.
Okay, so the second part then, Adam, is can this be divided into, since Mr. Wilcox said it was primarily for his own residence and then for the commercial building, can we put two zonings on this? So R1 for, say, 3/4 of the property, so that just one house sits on that, and then the portion that has the commercial and the parking lot, say, commercial zoning on that. So,
Mr. Mayor, that is possible. We call that, I guess in our planning terms, it's kind of like a split zoning or pancake zoning, if you will. That is possible, sir. We would need a meets and bounds survey of the property, though, to show exactly what is going to be R1A and what is going to be C3. That way, when us as staff, when we get those applications, and we need to make sure exactly where is what and put heads and tails between everything when it's actually being developed. So, but it is possible. Technically, it just may be a little difficult, sir.
Mr. Wilcox, did you go back to, where'd you go? So can you come forward just to see if that is something that's acceptable?
And so, Mr. Mayor, I also wanted to clarify as well, that is why the C3C zoning is being requested, because that itself takes care of the entire picture for the applicant and his proposed use for the accessory, his home as an accessory to the offices, botanical garden, so on and so forth like that.
Oh, no, I agree. I hear you. But just like, if I can go back in time here, the land where the new hospital is, that used to be the country club, and it was zoned R1, and that's why there was just one house on there, and that's why they had to come before council to change it again. So that's why I thought, since you wanted to have your house there, if the majority of it, and I just did a little diagram, was R1, so that you can have your house there, and then that small portion for the commercial, that way there, the majority of it would be just for your home, as you mentioned. And this way here, it just kind of protects the residents, I think, in the future, should you decide to, give that property away someday.
That could be possible, but it probably wouldn't alleviate the opposition to this, because you could still build apartments, which that seems like their biggest problem with the area.
Well, but if 3/4 of it is R1 and 1/4 of it is just for your commercial property, you can't put too many apartments on that.
That's true. Yeah, Vincent and Adam and I could talk about something like that.
Sir, that's the only way. Now, I don't know what the rest of council is. That's the only way I can support this. So we could theoretically table it so you can negotiate that with the city and bring that forward. Like I said, I'm okay with that. Or the council may just wish to move forward. I just want you to, I'm just trying to be transparent and let you know what I'm thinking. I recognize that you'd probably own this land for a long time, and that was your future vision, was to eventually, build your home there and, have your office there. And,
It is, but probably the 3/4 split wouldn't work, because my house isn't that big.
Well, no, I know, but this protects the future of it. And it would require, if someone later, whether yourself or someone else, then they have to come before city council 10 years from now or 15 years from now. That's all I'm trying to say. Whereas if we put that zoning on there right now, it's done. It's done.
I'd probably have to talk to them about it. It'd probably be better to attack it like Adam suggested,
Okay.
reducing the density on there.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know why I probably won't be supportive of it. Okay, so did you have anything before we call for the vote?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to Exhibit B to add the condition of residential to R3 density.
I'll second that if that's how it's supposed to be, if that's like how it should be said.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Cran, to move to R3 designation for the entire,
For residential density.
for residential density. This is for the entire property.
Yes.
And so can you or Adam clarify what that does?
Sorry, yeah,
Point
I
of
misunderstood
clarification.
that.
Just point of clarification, so the property would still be zone C3, I believe is what Ms. Councilor Beta is saying, and essentially just any type of multifamily development would have to follow the density requirements of the R3 zoning district. In other words, like we spoke of earlier, instead of allowing 40 dwelling units per acre, to limit it to 20 dwelling units per acre. I believe that is what her additional condition is to limit multifamily to R3.
And the entire parcel is 10 acres plus, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's, I appreciate that, Councilor. That's probably something I still would not be able to.
That's fine.
To support. Gosh, I wish we'd have diagrams. I don't know why we just don't have, why it wasn't presented as such, but okay, never mind, I'll try to. All right, so it's been moved and second on the amendment.
There's a second.
Christine, on the amendment?
This is on the motion to amend Ordinance 3031 to amend Exhibit B to add residential R3 density. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
No.
Mayor?
No. Okay, now we're back on the main motion. So now the main motion has this amendment included on it, the R3 density. So are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 3031 as amended. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for attending today, and thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for listening to us and myself. included, okay. All right, so before we go on to the next item, I'm going to ask if we could take just a quick moment. I see my brother and my sister-in-law here, as well as my wife and middle son. So, Jim, yeah. Do you mind going down there? He's got something there. It looks kind of fishy. Oh, and my brother Bob is here, and my wife, his wife Maura, and my niece Laura waving. Oh, I don't know. Do I need to be out there? Oh, okay.
Me too. Yeah, I think so.
So I get to do a special privilege here. Sorry. Remember, this is my last year. So I don't know, what am I supposed to, am I getting, looks like I'm getting something.
Yes, so I'm going to read this for Jim. And by the way, the mayor is the baby of the family. So, oh yes, and the reason Jim isn't reading it is because he's legally blind, and because I'm the person who's supposed to read things today. I'm very happy to do this for you, Jim, and for the entire Miyagishima family. Biloxi. Oh, where you were born. Holy moly. Boy, I'm impressed. By the way, he was born in Biloxi, Mississippi. Yes, it was AFB because your dad was in the military. Okay. Whereas, so this is a Biloxi, the city of Biloxi, Mississippi, a proclamation. Whereas Kenneth Daniel Miyagishima was born on May 15, 1963. He was born on Keesler Air Force Base, Mississippi, to Eufrasia Catalina Porras Gallegos Miyagishima and Mike Kazuji Miyagishima, and considers Biloxi his hometown. Whereas Kenneth is a 1981 graduate of Las Cruces High School, he received his bachelor's degree from NMSU and received his master's degree from the University of Texas at El Paso. And whereas he married Rosario Rosie Reza, with whom he shares 4 children, Danielle, John, Francisco, and Carlos. And whereas Kenneth is the current mayor of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and is finishing his 4th terms as mayor. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Fofo Gillage, mayor of Biloxi, hereby proclaims Kenneth Daniel Miyagishima honorary Biloxian, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and official seal of the city of Biloxi, Mississippi, on this 14th day of April 2023, signed Andrew Fofo Gillage, Mayor, City of Biloxi, Mississippi. All right, power to the people.
I have no idea what to say. I would have never imagined this. Sometimes I think about the awards that we give and keys to the city, proclamations. I never expected to get one. Wow, Jim, I'm impressed. You Army guys are pretty good. Thank you. I've never even met Mayor Gillage? Fofo? Oh, okay. I don't know what to say. This is incredible. This is pretty cool. although I was born in Biloxi, Las Cruces is my hometown. But in fact, when Aggies played Mississippi State and they beat them, Aggies did. Of course, Chris Jans was coach. In fact, I asked Coach Jans, I said, when did they contact you? He says, after we beat them. After the Aggies beat Mississippi State, they contacted him and said, hey, we think we want you to possibly coach down the road. So I'm always there back in our Aggies. But wow, Jim, thank you. Thank you for the little inconvenience here. This is really special for me. This is cool. So yeah, I'm not done yet. It's I have to tell you, it's really hard to believe that 60 years ago, 60 years ago, I was born, right? So we're in the year 2023. Yeah. I don't know where the years went, but Jim's my second oldest brother, and Bob's my third. And we had a lot of fun growing up. Jim was kind of, when we moved to Las Cruces, Jim wanted to go fight in Vietnam, and fortunately, the last minute, they sent him to Fitzsimmons Army Medical Center, thank God. But thanks to the veterans, too. But thank you, Jim. I don't know what to say. This is incredible. This is the coolest present other than what Rosie gives me, than I've ever gotten, you know? So thank you. Appreciate it. I'm 60, not 63. Okay, so we're going to leave. We're going to go to, my brother's going to take me to lunch. So Mayor Pro Tem is going to take over, and I won't be back, okay? So I've got a plane to catch after this, and so Carrie, good luck. I think we're good. Thanks. Whoa. All right. Oh, yeah, sure.
Mayor, it's a delight to see you whip your brother into giving you lunch. That was pretty good. Very impressive, whipping up the votes.
Happy birthday, Mary, and many more. I hope it's a peaceful, beautiful day with all your favorite things. Safe travels. Okay, so the show must go on, so we will present. You're here, Christine. Okay, 7.1, resolution number 23-124. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Flores, second by Councilor Abeta. Hi, Cheryl.
Hello.
It was a little long and drawn out there, right? But we're here and we're moving. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. So greetings, everyone. Cheryl de la Cruz, budget analyst. So today I am presenting various grants that we've been awarded to be accepted. And let's jump right into them. The first grant that we have for you is the Violent Crime Victim Assistance Grant that has been awarded to the Police Department. These funds will be budgeted in the Fund 2100 Special Revenue Fund for the amount of $50,000. There is no required match, and the purpose of this grant is to develop or expand the development or expansion of a violent crime law enforcement victim liaison unit. Our second one here is for Magdalena Road disaster funding. This is for Public Works Department. It will be budgeted in the 4100 fund, Capital Projects Fund, for the amount of $188,895. There is a match requirement, which is already budgeted for $62,965. And the purpose of this grant is disaster assistant road flooding to reimburse for emergency repairs that were done on this road. We have our SHPO, which stands for State Historic Preservation Office Certified Local Government Grant that we've been awarded to the Community Development Department. This will be budgeted in Fund 2100 for the amount of $59,620. There is no match required for this grant, and the purpose is to complete the survey of Mesquite Historic District in the National Registration of Historic District Boundaries, complete historic cultural property inventory, and update nomination text and create new district maps. We have a modification for the airport striping grant that was awarded to airport, which is will be budgeted in 5010, the airport fund. This amount is $37,911. There is no match required for this, and the purpose for this is to provide FAA required striping and marking at the Las Cruces International Airport. Another modification we have is for HIDA, High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. This is housed within the police department. And the fund for this is $7492, and the amount is $130,366. And the purpose for this modification is to replenish the approved budget costs associated with the locational move for the different law enforcement participants. So the physical move that they did. And we also have our G23 funding that we get awarded annually for HIDA, and that is again housed in police. Their fund is $7492, and that is for $1 million. There is never any match required for this annual funding, and the purpose of these funds is for a variety of law enforcement initiatives, including the city's internal police metro division. And that is all I have for you for the month. I stand for any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Sherelle. Any questions? I have a couple. Sherelle, on slide 2, the $50,000 for violent crime, the LD victim liaison unit, I wondered if I could direct this question to Chief Dominguez. What would that entail, the expansion of the violent crime victim liaison unit?
Mayor Pro Tem, Chief Dominguez, for the record. It's an additional program that is being put together by our Victims Assistance Unit right now. I don't have the full details on it, but that's the funding is to expand their services. It's in addition to the VOCA grant that we receive every year.
Okay, what is that grant that you receive?
Victims of violent crime.
No, I'm sorry. Which is the first grant that you made mention of?
The VOCA grant.
The VOCA. Okay. Yeah. Yes. And how much is that, Chief?
I don't have the totals with me now.
Okay. If you could get that and then get what you're thinking around the expansion of the violent crime, I'm hoping that we would also work side by side with La Casa. As you know, they've been working on building their repertoire of services. I know there's been some dialogue and discussion with UL regarding how you can partner to go for additional grants. And I think given sort of what we've spoken of in regards to our public safety select committee meetings about adding sort of a additional layer, maybe one suggestion I might add is a way to identify data specific to violent crime, twofold: juveniles, and second, the adults. I think currently there is great difficulty in how we sift that out. And the data is what I've been told from a couple of sources. There's some big federal grants that I know Family and Youth Innovation Plus are wanting to seek out, and they're having great difficulty just sort of trying to find that data specifically. And so that's one thing. But the other thing that I want to put a bug in your ear about is coming up with a violence prevention strategy or strategic plan for the city, because we all know that our violent crime, especially against women, are up and increasing, which is also the single moms and the kids seeing the violence and the trauma and whatnot. So I'd really like to see that occur, and if this money is flexible enough to identify a strategic visioning session, I would really like us to go in that direction. And maybe I should be directing this to the city manager and not to you specifically, because I don't, city manager. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Susan Gonzalez, grant manager, and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara Council. This particular grant came very, very late in the grant year. Apparently, CVRC had additional funds available, and so they offered this additional $50,000 to the program to alleviate costs that were going to be paid for by the general fund. The original VOCA grant was, I believe, right around the area of $76,000, and the costs for staffing, most of those costs were going to be paid for by general fund. And so when we were offered this additional $50,000, they allowed us to go ahead and use those monies towards staffing and alleviate that burden from the general fund. So the majority of this money will be used for staffing. There, I believe they will use part of that for computer upgrades and that type of thing for that program.
I really appreciate the explanation. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, you said?
Yes, Susan Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions? Anything from the audience? Any? Oh, I'm sorry, Ifo. Did you have your light? Go ahead. Chief, did you want to say more?
Mayor Pro Tem, she pretty much covered it, but the total on that is that original grant is $73,414. So it was in addition to that, but it is to expand the services of the Victims Assistance Unit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez and Sherelle. Any comments from the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-124. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cram?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine. Motion passes. Okay, I'd like to suspend the rules if I can for 7.2 and 7.3.
We need a motion
Yes.
first to listen to the item, then a motion and a second to suspend the rules.
Thank you for setting me straight. So we need a motion for 7.3, resolution number 23-125.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Corrin, and I think, was that Councilor Beta? Yes, Councilor Beta. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hello, good afternoon, I
I
think.
know, it's no longer morning.
Mayor Pro Tem, we need to suspend the rules.
Oh, now we need one for
Yes.
the suspension of the rules. See, I just would go right into it.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores to suspend the rules, second made by Councilor Abeta. Now, Jacqueline, I think you're free to.
Now I need to call the roll.
I'm sorry, I'll get into it. I'm
You're
sorry.
fine,
My
you're
head
fine.
is in the game now. Okay.
This is on the motion to suspend the rules to listen to items 7.2 and 7.3 concurrently. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cram.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Now.
So, Jacqueline, there you go.
Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon, Jacqueline Rubalcava, Budget and Grant Administrator. I'm bringing forth this resolution to adopt the FY 23-24 budget. You've seen this before. Again, the theme is Cariño. It was brought forth by Mr. Peely, City Manager, and it's to foster an environment where people have cariño for the things they do. These are the FY 24 budget changes. So these are changes from the work session to now. So there were some proposed expenditure increases to the revised FY 23 budget. This was due to the various budget adjustment that was brought on April 17th, so last month, for FY 23 budget. And then for FY 24 general fund, enterprise funds, and agency fund increases, and we'll explain those further. So here's the all fund expenditure increases, and we just listed the proposed FY 24 budget that we brought for the work session, and then the one that we're proposing to be adopted. And the ones that changed will have changes in the last column. So for the general fund, there was an increase of 0.6 million. The enterprise fund, about 4.1 million. Trust and agency funds, about 4 million. So that was a change of about 8.7 million, bringing the proposed adoption to 519 million for expenditures. And here's a breakdown of the increases. So for the general fund, there was an increase to the animal services contribution, and this was on the general fund side. It wasn't in Munis initially. There was a new position, the housing and development, for housing and development, and it was a HUD grant manager. That's about 99,000. There was an update due to the amount for new vehicles from Las Cruces Police Department's initial quote of 72,000 to Fleet's quote of 75,000. So those are 18 vehicles, so the cost is about 48,000. And then the MRVDA increased contribution of 150,000 that wasn't previously in the general fund. For enterprise, there was an increase of about 4.1 million for transit. This was due to transit expecting the electric buses by the end of the FY 23, but they won't be received, so they'll need to be carried over. And for the trust and agency funds for MRVDA, the board-approved budget was not in the ERP system, so that's about 4 million. That was just due to budget deadlines and the time when the board met. So here's the all-fund expenditures from the FY 23 revised to the proposed. So we see that the expenditures are right now at 519 million. And here's the FY 24 proposed city budget. Again, the 519 million for expenditures, and mostly made up of general 30%, capital projects 16%, and enterprise 32%. So it's a 9.4% increase from the FY 22-23 expenditures to the FY 24 at 148 million. Here's a general fund summary. So we see that the FY 24 proposed adopted budget would have an unreserved balance about 10.9 million. So that's a slight change from the FY 23. You've seen this before, where your money comes from. We've listed the revenue sources, and the revenue is about 138 million, largely made up of gross receipt taxes at 79%. And where your money goes, this is the general fund. The expenditures, as mentioned before, it's about 148 million, largely made up of personnel at 68%, operating 29%, and capital approximately 3%. I'm going to hand it over to Cynthia Campo. She'll talk about the capital improvement program.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Good afternoon, Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Cynthia Campos, CIP analyst. For the CIP budget, there have been no changes to it since the work session. Our total budget is 157.7 million. Of that, 8.5 million is for newly funded projects. $117 million is from carryovers, and $32.1 million is from annual projects. These are our newly funded projects, and they were all selected through the CIP criteria, which includes alignment to the Elevate Las Cruces, or our comprehensive plan. And I will stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
I'm trying to pay attention to you and when the lights go on, so Councilor Grant.
I just have one quick question. Thank you both for this presentation and for keeping us so in the loop about the budget. I would just really, first of all, like to say that I so appreciate, I'm not sure if anyone watched the Board of Regents meeting last week, but there was some budget-related drama. So I allude to that to say I am very proud that the city does an extraordinarily thoughtful job of presenting the budget, giving us the information, updating the information, and keeping us in the loop and allowing us to make this vote knowing what's in the budget. So thank you all for that effort. It's really appreciated from my perspective. I do have one quick question on slide 5. The police cars, I had noticed this earlier but hadn't asked about it. I think that this is because the budget had said 70, each was budgeted at 75K, and that is, or is the 48,000, in this case, is this a decrease to the estimated amount of each, or is this a change in the total amount for the fleet cost?
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Curran. So this was initially, LCPD had budgeted each of the 18 vehicles at $72,000, and Fleet's quote was actually $75,000. So that is just an increase of $48,000.
Okay, so
due
it's
to that.
increasing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Curran. Any other? Okay, any from the... Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bencoma. Yes, please ask your questions.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks so much for the presentation and for staff for getting us here. It's, why I felt like it was important to call in and make sure I voted on our budget. But just last question, 2 weeks ago, I had a question regarding housing. And so I'm hoping that I have a commitment from City Manager that we'll be talking about changes to mano a mano and possibly expanding that for that peer-to-peer support proposal, and that wasn't included in this, and that's okay. I just want to make sure that that is said today, that we will be hearing that soon.
Yes, Ifo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And yes, Councilor Bencomo, we're in the process of amending that contract, and so we still have the details, the costs associated with that. And so we figured we'd be coming back with a budget amendment as soon as that amendment for that agreement has been solidified. And so we'll probably bring it back at the same time. But yeah, just the timing, Councilor, that's why we've left it out, because we don't really know the costs right now.
Great, Ifo. Thank you so much for that reassurance. I really appreciate it. And then just lastly, I just have a couple comments to make, given that, we finally got a work session on some police oversight and accountability on that conversation. And I just want to reiterate why I feel like this is so incredibly important. As I was thinking about this, I remembered that a while ago, I don't know, it must have been last year or late the year before that the Las Cruces Police Officers Association sent an open letter to the City Council. And I remember in that letter, they talked about that they believed there was a 5% decrease in public safety budgets, which is not true. Since I've been on this council, even after some opposition and, a strong belief that policing isn't the only way to reduce crime, that we have to implement different strategies in order to do that this police department, since I've been on this council, has received every request they've ever asked for, including 18 new officers and 18 new vehicles. And I think it's important to note that, because there has not been a decrease in any budget for PD. In fact, it's been the opposite. It's quite the opposite. And so I just want to reiterate that it's important that when we talk about these kinds of things, and that when we come to the work session later in May about this conversation, that we talk about accountability that flows both ways, right? We want accountability from our neighbors to be better neighbors, and there should be accountability that flows in our direction as well. And I think especially when there are budgets that look like our budgets, that look like every municipal budget, frankly, that we're open to those conversations. So I just wanted to reiterate that there has never been a proposed decrease in the police budget, and that this year just marks another commitment to our police that we want to work together on ensuring that they have good pay, good benefits, good working conditions, and that in return we ask for high standards. So I just wanted to note that before we vote on the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bencomo. Any comments from the public? Seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-125. Councillor Beta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Coran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Okay, and this next resolution, number 23-126.
We just need a motion and a second.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councillor Coran and second made by Councillor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-126. Councillor Beta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Coran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine.
Oh,
Okay, and we move 7.4. Okay, next up, board appointments. And I need a motion, right, to approve the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Carol Wood Kane, a new appointment. Ruth Jorer, new appointment.
We'll need to do those separately.
Oh, I have to do it separately? Okay. I need a motion to approve Carol Wood Kane.
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councillor Coran, second by Councillor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Carol Kane to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Councillor Beta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Coran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
I need another motion to approve Ruth Gerard, new appointment.
So moved. Seconded, Corin.
Motion made by Councillor Curran.
Second by Flores.
Second by Councillor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Ruth Gerard to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Councillor Beta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Coran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Christine, can I ask you, I saw, I think on an email, you sent several more on an email, several applications. Are you planning on moving those through next regular session, or I'm a little confused? I just want a point of clarification.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, there were 5 applications. There were 3 vacancies. 2 of the members that were already serving were grandfathered in, and so that's why we had 3. We had 1 last time and then 2 this time.
Okay, got you. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, next is our City Art Board. Kayla Blundell, need a motion and a second?
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councillor Flores.
Seconded, Corin.
Second by Councillor Corin. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Caleb Lundell to the City Art Board. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you. Next, Historic Preservation Commission. I need a motion to approve Ernie Campos as a new appointment.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Counselor Flores,
Seconded, Corin.
second by Counselor Corin. Christine.
This is on the motion to appoint Ernie Campos to the Historic Preservation Commission. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The mayor's absent.
Thank you, Christine. For our Las Cruces Utility Board of Commissioners, I need a motion for Raymond L. Hickman, reappointment.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes?
may I have a moment to say something?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I would like to just bring a concern with the reappointment of Mr. Hickman. I believe he has gone out of scope for the duties and responsibilities of a board member that has put us at risk. He did attend the House kind of, it was unclear if it was on behalf of himself as a board member or the city, and he attended Residence House to look at a potential dispute. So I have concerns on the liability for the city. So I would request not to reappoint.
So, Christine, this is a new one on me. What do we do?
That's at the discretion of the council. If they would not like to bring it forward, we can move forward and take applications instead.
So do we need a...
No, we could just not do anything.
Okay. Can there be
If there's a
comment from-
consensus.
Can there be a comment from others? Is there any comments or concerns, anything? Okay.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to note that as Councilor Bencomo, as a member of the Utilities Board, I have the same concern and would like to just echo Councilor Beta's statement.
Okay. I appreciate that, Councilor Bencomo. Okay. Then next up is Edmund Archuleta is a reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Abeta, second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Edmund Archuleta to the Utilities Board. Counselor Abeta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor's absent.
Next up is Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. I need a motion and a second to approve Gloria Molina, which will be a resident commissioner and a new appointment.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara. So motion made by, I can do that, right? Motion made by Council Curran, second by Cassandra Gandara. Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to appoint Gloria Molina to the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. Counselor Abeta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Okay.
Point of information for the city clerk,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you. So what exactly, we deferred on Raymond Hickman. So what does that mean? Does it come up again? Do we get more information? How do we go about on this deferment?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I will work with Adrienne and her team to see if we want to go back out for applications and then go from there.
Okay, so he's not going to be a contender. Is that what? Is that where we are at this point? Is that the impact?
There is no motion to bring it forward, so
It dies.
kind of dies. Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you.
If I may ask a couple of more questions. Who notifies him, and who notifies him of this? Is there a process in place? Is there a appeal process in the event that?
Mayor Pro Tem, there is. He can appeal. He has, I think, a month to appeal according to our code. So I'll be notifying him that he wasn't reappointed, and then we'll go from there and see how it plays out. If he does appeal, then we'll have to wait and then look at additional applications in the meantime.
Okay. All right. I'm glad. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, we do not have any notice of proposed ordinance as we took that one off the table.
Actually, we do. We have one.
Do we?
Yes.
Oh.
9.2.
I'm sorry, we sure do. Okay, notice of proposed ordinance 9.2, Council Bill number 23-031, ordinance 3037, and ordinance amending section 3853, conditional uses in section 38-54, special use permits of the Las Cruces Municipal Code, for the purpose of eliminating the 300-foot buffer between cannabis retailers, microbusiness, and other cannabis retailers or microbusinesses. Bring it forward. Thank you. Okay, next is City Council Member Board reports and comments. I want to get my wits about me here. Let's see. Speak to Mr. Garcia's public comment about, and Councilor, thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for providing a little bit of context. I think it's probably unclear for folks in the public, and maybe that has been in the past to his point about needing more police officers out in the public. And I don't know if it's in a resolution, or Chief Dominguez, you've been here longer, in terms of the number of citizenry. For every citizen, we need a police officer. Can someone enlighten me about what that looks like? Because I don't believe that I've seen it in writing anywhere, and it leads me to believe that we have a lot of work to educate the public on it, if it's out there, or re-establish, some parameters if ones aren't already established.
Mayor Pro Tem, there's several ways that you can calculate how many police officers are needed in a population. Per capita is just one of the ways, and that was one officer for every 1,000 citizens that you have. So at 100,000, we would need 200 officers, and we're pretty much there, but we also can calculate it by using available budget. You can also, the types of calls, the response times. We try to use a hybrid as far as the types of calls that we're seeing and our response time. Are we being responsive with our current staffing? And that's what led to our request for the additional officers, because we are seeing a reduction in our priority 1 and our priority 2 call times because of the types of calls that we are on. So the per capita one, I wouldn't, it's kind of old speak to hang your hat on that, 1 per every 1,000 citizens. That I'm aware of, not very many police departments are still using that. It's kind of old school, if you will.
Thank you, Chief Dominguez. So that would leave it open as policymakers to determine what might be the formulary, if you will, for that, I'm imagining.
Mayor Pro Tem, like I mentioned, we're using a hybrid to use the types of calls for service that we're seeing. A lot of mental health calls, domestic calls. That type of call takes a lot more time when officers respond. So we're using that as well as our response times to determine how many officers we need. We asked for 18 to get us to 220 authorized right now. And an additional caveat there is, can we fill those slots? It takes a long time to recruit and hire those and train those officers. So even if, say, 250 was authorized, we couldn't fill those slots probably for another year.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a point of information? Sure. Thank you. As a point of information, and this is something that I shared with Ivo Pili, our city manager, I was fortunate enough to sit in a Transportation Sustainability and Infrastructure PRC, and there was a presentation by Courtney as to the use of GIS and how effective it is. And I was quite impressed by the tracking, and more impressed by the fact that it's actually the police department that had the highest use of that GIS, which means that that police officers are being deployed on a much faster basis. So, I think that sometimes, with all due respect, I mean, I think we all would love to live in paradise and everything be perfect, but this is a metropolis. It's a small city, but it's still a metropolis, and there will be unfortunate circumstances. Along those lines, I was going to wait until my comments, but I'd like the city manager to, I'd like us to have a work session presented by Courtney on the use of GIS and how the city is doing everything it possibly can to be Johnny on the spot for everybody in every respect, all the time. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ivo, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I bring this up, and I said this at one of the council, the agenda items is, I'll start by saying that I will be attending a national DV conference, domestic violence conference in Austin next week, through the week. I'm really looking forward to this. I feel for me it's a priority, specifically as I have conversations with Chief and see the numbers, particularly in public safety select. We have quite an emphasis on that, so much so we had received data to suggest that our DV numbers are going up. It's very unsafe for women and children in this community as it relates to what they're experiencing in their home. And so I would like to see more emphasis on EFO grants specifically that address the prevention of domestic violence, ways by which the city can develop extracurricular activities of all ages, for all ages, where Parks and Rec are more, I wouldn't say more active, but more involved in kids and with evidence-based programming. There's so many funding opportunities out there, I think, and if we involve our children, our youth in activities, especially activities related to mentoring, they're more inclined to be off the streets and have idle time to possibly commit the kinds of crimes that we're seeing. I don't think that the public is completely aware of the number of youth that are engaged in the kind of crime that we're seeing, and I think to Councilor Flores' point about a work session, that's also something that I think that we really need to emphasize. And with that, IFO, I saw some information on, maybe it was an email that suggested that the county was going to stop receiving applications for the youth programming, the job, I think, it's that, the funding that was made available for kids to seek employment, and then employment, I wasn't sure what it looked like specific to the city, but we should be doing everything we can. If there is city kids that don't have a placement or funding for that kid, because I understand there's thousands of applications that are pending and they've run out of money for the number of pending applications, that we should be making every effort as council to provide the additional funding to ensure that these kids get the employment opportunities, because it's just, it will benefit us in so many other ways. And so with that, I want to say a very special thank you to Alexis Espinosa, my student intern. She, I hope that you know that she is getting her dual degree in social work and criminal justice. She has completed all her work for the social work program and received her PIN, but will continue as a student of mine at least through the summer, and if I have anything to do with it, I'd like for her to continue until she graduates in May. But I just wanted to say how impactful I thought she has been for me with the city. She's sharp, just very articulate, spot on in her assessment. She's going to make a fine social worker, although I think she wants to go to a dual program where she's getting a master's and to become an attorney. So maybe she'll come back and be an attorney at the city of Las Cruces, which should be exceptional. And so I wish her well, but she will be transitioning out of her social work programming and complete her criminal justice. So if you see her in the halls, please give her a bit of gratitude. And with that, I will turn it over to Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to share with you different information, some whatever. So as you may know, I am a liaison to the City Art Board, and the most recent development is good news. The Art Board has commissioned Diego Medina to do some artwork at Klein Park. And what I have to emphasize, and everyone needs to know, that this is not part of the Arts Culture District, funding. It is within the Mesquite Cultural District, but there's no funding whatsoever from that source. This is a different source of funding, and the beauty of it is that Diego Medina, who is native indigenous, but anyway, I can't remember, but anyway, his family. The what? Mito Manso tribe? The Mito Manso tribe, yes. And he was also very helpful in looking at the art piece that is still has to be mounted at fire station number 3, I think it is. The one on Valley, no, wherever it is. At any rate, he was instrumental in making sure that it was sensitive to the indigenous people, respectful, and it was, and so we can't wait to see it mounted. That's been a problem. The other thing that I have to praise the City Art Board for is that they made sure that they had someone who was indigenous not only to this part of the world, but specifically to Las Cruces, where Diego has deep roots, and he will be having people on a part-time basis or hourly basis, and probably some volunteers in the community contributing their art to Klein Park. The other Las Cruces Community Schools Board, the last meeting we had, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara was there, as well as the chair of the committee, who is our very own Becky Graham. Yay! And that meeting was absolutely wonderful because the Las Cruces, the community school system started in New York, and it's a program that wants to expand to every school in the United States. And the purpose of this is to really bring in the community, because the only way we're going to thrive as a people is if we're all on the same page. And the focus at the last meeting was we sat with the directors of we have 7 schools, I believe. Becky, we have 7 community schools. We started out at Lynn Middle School back in 2018, and now we're up to 7, and we'll probably keep adding, and then hopefully we'll get data about how it's going nationally as well. But the beauty of that meeting was that we focused on the coordinators. There's a coordinator at every school, and they were sharing with us what the impediments were in terms of bringing in more parents and having more of a community school. And there were many stories as to what the impediments are, but at our table, a parent, we thought she was a parent, she was actually a grandparent. And so that, of course, a lot of us are aware that a lot of grandparents are doing the parenting to their grandchildren. And she said that one of the impediments for her offspring, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, to participate as a parent is because she's had a very, that person has had a very tough life, has a criminal record, and is not employable. And it brought to mind the Deloitte presentation organized by the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce that had Deloitte do a presentation on what the factors, the biases that employers have. And one of them is not hiring people who have been trafficked, people who have been incarcerated, and migrants. Because there's just, what do you write on a resume when you just arrived from another country? Or you're not documented? What do you do if you've been incarcerated? So at any rate, that brought a lot of awareness, and other stories were shared, but that was very, very impactful, and hopefully we can work on that. The other board I serve on is the South Central Rapid Transit District, led by David Armijo, and the South Central Regional Transit District based in Anthony, New Mexico, has received New Mexico's Rural Transit System of the Year. The award was presented by New Mexico Secretary of Transportation Ricky Segna at the State Transit Association Annual Leadership Conference and Expo in March. And what David had to say, he's very, we're very fortunate to have him. Sharon Thomas was instrumental, our Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus, in having him come to this, to Doña Ana County. He was actually based in California and led the transit district in Long Beach that I'm aware of, and because I worked there for a while. But at any rate, this is what he had to say. This award exemplifies a collective work and effort by our employees and our community who continue to support and ride SCRTD service. Now, SCRTD goes all the way, or I think Williamsburg was dropped, I'm not sure, but it really connects, it was also connecting people as far as Alamogordo, and maybe still is. I'm not sure of the routes. I should know, but I don't. But it also shares some, I think it's 5-3 federal funding with El Paso, because we also have service into El Paso. So I just wanted to share that with David being at the helm, and it's very well run. The other one, I hope some of you were able to read the most recent edition of the Bulletin. I want to thank the Bulletin, by the way, for featuring David Armijo, as well as the person I'm going to mention now. Our very own Nunez, what's his name? Oh, Christopher Nunez, an elementary school teacher at what's the name of the school? It's in my district. I'm so sorry. Sonoma Elementary. Sonoma Elementary School fourth grade teacher Christopher Nunez has won a $25,000 cash prize as a 2022 Milken Family Foundation Educator Award for New Mexico. He received the award in California from Lowell Milken, Awards founder and co-founder of the foundation, and Michael Milken, co-founder and president of the foundation. Nunez was one of 35 teachers from across the United States honored with the 2022 award. And I just want to share that we have outstanding people. We have people who are committed. There's the articles in the May 12th issue of the Bulletin. I encourage everyone to read it. As far as the economic development PRC goes, we had Senator Hamblin come in to talk about the allocations. She, along with Councilor Beta and Department Chair, Director Elizabeth Teeters, worked very closely with Larry Horan, our lobbyist in I was going to say Sacramento, in Santa Fe, to make sure that we have the adequate funding that we need. And I just want to, I know that Councilor Abeda has a plan on what she wants to do to assure that Larry Horan, and she needs to discuss this with our mayor, our city manager. So I'm not going to say anything, but I think it's an excellent idea. And then I've already asked for the GIS presentation as it was presented to the Transportation, Sustainability, and Infrastructure PRC, and that's all I have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Corrin.
Thank you. Councilor Flores stole a little bit of my presentation, but thank you. Just to give an update on the TSI PRC, I do want to give a shout out to the folks who have been working on the GIS that connect Las Cruces that presented at the TSI PRC, and to the police department, who are clearly super users and really thinking about evidence-based policing and working with the GIS folks. So you got a shout out, a side shout out in that meeting, which was really great. In addition, we looked at the airport master plan, which is somewhat contingent on hearing from the FAA, I think, which we should be hearing in the near future, which directions that's going, but I think that will be coming to council soon. Yes, the presentation by Andy Hume, so thank you to Andy for that. And I have been doing a whole bunch of NMSU events, and I just wanted to give another shout out to all of the city staff and Visit Las Cruces folks who worked on, and others who worked on the Mira downtown event. I've been hearing from folks overwhelmingly that they were really excited about this and hope that it can continue in the future. So that was really pleasant to hear from a different swath of our community than we usually hear from. And I will stop with that for today.
Thank you, Councilor Corrin. Councilor Bencoma.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that Diego is Biro Manso Tiwa. That's the indigenous people of this land that we now know as Las Cruces. I wanted to note that the housing PRC is coming up this week at 2 p.m. and we were scheduled to have AG Raul Torres join us to discuss some of the AG's initiatives around housing and housing rights. However, he is no longer able to join us, but his special counsel will be joining us instead. So that'll be Wednesday at 2, and special counsel to the AG, Adolfo Mendez, will be joining us. And it's also Affordable Housing Month. Just wanted to remind everybody. And then I did want to know, just because earlier Chief, to Mayor Pro Tem's question, talked about the equation in terms of how many police officers per population. I am wondering, Chief, if how that calculation changes given the types of calls you said are increasing and that take a little bit more time around mental health, given that we now have a crisis intervention team and Project Light, how that changes. And you don't have to have an answer today necessarily, but I think it is important to note that we are trying to implement different strategies for addressing mental health concerns in our community, people who are vulnerable and who should be responding to those. And so we are trying to address that to ensure that police officers are not dealing with that alone. And then there was one more thing I was going to say, but now I don't remember. So I will stop here, and I look forward to seeing you all when I return to Las Cruces tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilor Binkelman. Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a couple of comments on the District 3 community chat sessions that I've been having. We've had 2 so far, and it's a little, we were rolling the dice on this. This wasn't a format that I think we'd tried before, but I highly recommend it. First one, we had 12 people show up. Second one, 4. And in each of those sessions, I need to count and say thank you so much to my husband, Mike Graham, who attended at my behest. I jokingly call him the first gentleman of District 3, but what is more important, it turns out, is that he is a firefighter, and both sessions turned into Ask a Firefighter. People have lots of things to ask firefighters, it turns out. So thanks to him for answering so many questions. I've been talking with Katrina. Thank you, too, so much for everything you've done so far. And I think the plan right now is to do one more informal conversation with me only this Wednesday, 17th, 5 to 7, Munson Senior Center. Gotta remember to plug that. And then on the 24th, based on the kind of frequently asked questions, we're going to have some city departments join us, but keep the kind of informal conversational setting, so not the typical come and give a presentation or a PowerPoint, but we'll just kind of have various departments, and don't worry, you've already been asked, so don't be surprised. Although except Public Works, I'm not sure if you've been, that David Cedillo smile, I wish you guys could see it right now out there in Streamland. But I think what we'll have is just those departments set up at a small table and get to have those kind of one-on-one conversations with residents that I've been having, which have just been awesome, just as a counselor, but also seeing people connect. 2 people who came last week realized they were coworkers 20 years ago at a call center for Frontier Airlines that used to be here in Las Cruces, which I didn't even know about. But yeah, they were coworkers and got to reconnect. So a little bit of community meeting, a little bit of block party, hopefully good information. And yeah, so 3rd, me only on the 17th, and then on the 24th, a little more of a to-do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Flores spoke about our economic development PRC, but I did just want to add additional thank yous to Elizabeth Taters and the work that they've been doing to address issues when it comes to small business catastrophic repairs and the different types of programmings that we've had that we're looking into to address vandalism that happens with these businesses. So I know that's been on the forefront with a lot of community members, and so I just want to thank city staff for also working on innovative approaches to those. Last week, I had the opportunity to go to the Municipal League's Airport Manager Conference meeting. I would like to say a big congratulations to Andy Hume, who was nominated as one of the Airport Managers of the Year. He did not win, unfortunately, but I think he's winner for us, and I'm so excited to have him as our airport manager. We will be having an oversight meeting this Wednesday at 3, and our quality of life meeting will be on May 24th. And I will keep it short and sweet today. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta. Councilor, excuse me, you moved up, demoted, what would that be like?
Higher pay.
Mr. Peavy.
It's below your
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, just a report from our Public Works and our streets maintenance. I know we had a report maybe a few months ago. I appreciate David and his team for providing this. But I apologize to David. I don't know if I'm going to read all the 43 streets that we have, but we do have about 43 streets I counted that have been microsurface. And just as you know, as a microsurface is a coat that goes over these streets that has some aggregate in it. So it actually has some substance in it that fills cracks and seals and makes the road actually look new. And so about 43 streets have been completed. And then 18 pavement replacement streets are in process, should be done in a few months, a couple months, at least I think before the end of the fiscal year, which is the equivalent of 1.6 miles of new pavement laid down, and then microsurface, about 10.8 miles of microsurface being done. So I wanted to mention that, give those statistics, as we know that that's been a major concern with residents, and just so you know that the work's being done and being completed. And I know we upped the budget last year, and we've mentioned to David that you keep going. We'll come back to the council. I know the council will be agreeable to amend to increase that budget if we can keep going. So thank you for that, and I thank you for the report. I believe it's posted, right? So they can see on our website, so you can see all of this. Also, we've been really keeping in contact with Border Servant Corps, as we know, with Title 42 being lifted, just so you know that with staff, our eyes are on it, and we're in contact. Fortunately, as of this morning, just an update for the weekend, there wasn't a huge amount, relatively low inbound numbers. And so just so you know, we're keeping tabs on that, but there wasn't much inbound this since Friday. And then just to your comment, Mayor Pro Tem, about the internships or the employment with the county, I believe last year the city, from what I understand, the city has actually had the most out of any entity, I think, including the county. And that's thanks to Ryan Steinmetz, who's been really pushing this. And I know we got a last minute request, and he was able to accommodate. We're actually at 101 with the city. I believe the goal is to be 1,200 across the county, but I think we're actually leading that because of Ryan and all those involved with that.
Ifo, if I may, I have no doubt that the city is leading the charge. That's not the point. The point is that if there are city youth that are pending because there isn't funding available, I'd like to know that and maybe possibly bring a resolution forward to approve funding to meet that demand. When I read the article, I don't remember where quite I found it, but I am concerned, especially in light of just youth not having, I hear it over and over, there isn't anything for the youth to do. And you and I both know that we work really hard, from Parks and Rec to other departments that really channel and focus on our youth and our young people anyway. So
we'll do.
Thank you, Ivo, so much.
Thank you. And then we reported on Mira Las Cruces last time, but it was too early to get the stats, and so we got from Visit Las Cruces some of the stats, and we way underestimated what actually occurred. There were over 8,500 attendees from across 7 states, and this is using a data gathering system with cell phones. Kind of scary actually, but pretty interesting. And then an estimate about closer to 10,000 when you include children, I'm assuming, that don't have cell phones. There, like 4 of my children don't have cell phones. So. Not yet. And then the advertising campaign resulted in earned media of $1.25 million in ad value, $12.5 million in PR value, and an audience reach of over 134 million people. There were 239,000 views to the Visit Las Cruces website the day before the event. And Visit Las Cruces hosted 15 social media influencers and travel writers who toured the area as well as attended the event, from which multiple social media posts and stories have already been written and released. And then next year's event will be held, we already have a date, it will be held on Saturday, April 27th. So 2024, April 27th. And then the only thing I have, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, thank you for approving the budget. We really appreciate it. We're going to need that. But one thing I do want to mention, the theme when we talked about Cariño, and I mentioned this in our retreat, but we realized the only way to do that, to have Cariño, is if we really focus on taking care of our staff. And that's been something that you've been a priority of all of yours. And I mentioned this in our staff retreat, but I'd like to mention it publicly, and thanking you for helping me as a city manager to be able to take care of my staff. And I will say the same thing I know was brought up with police. I didn't get that email, so I don't know what it all said, but I want public to hear it from my mouth as well. I know both Chief and I could attest to this, and we speak freely about it as well, that it's true what Councilor Bencomo said. Anything that has come to you as we brought forward from incentive paid, not just with the budget, from things that we brought forward, the Chief has been really trying to do to push to get his police staffing and equipment. You have been very supportive, and I really appreciate that. And again, I don't know what was said on that email, but I can respond if you forward it to me. But I just want to make a public statement about that. And all the help we're receiving this year, we have an exciting year ahead with our budget. And I also, if you're indulging me right now, I also want to thank our budget team, our finance and budget, Barbara and her team, Leanne. It's a big budget, as you realize, $500 million budget, and the work that goes on behind the scenes from our budget team, our finance team, hours and hours of preparation, hours of going through the numbers. They actually have a short break, and they're going to start this all over again for next year. It's like a 6-month process. So just want to give a thank you to them as the city manager, and also thank you, Councilor, for your support.
Thank you, Ivo. Appreciate that. I'm just point of privilege. I see some folks that have walked in, and I'm assuming that you think our meeting starts at 1 today. We've been at it since 9. The time was changed, and folks were notified via our system. But we have Katrina and Ifo, it's okay, and others. I'm not sure what you're here for, but I'm happy to have conversation with you. If it's something on the agenda, we can speak to that, or connect you with your city councilor. We're happy to do that as well. But we appreciate you being here and taking notice of whatever agenda item that you came for, and we'll make sure that you have the information. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Graham.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councillor Graham, second by Councillor Flores. Christine.
This is on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councillor Graham?
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councillor Cran?
Yes.
Councillor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine.